that is given should be directed to me as the chair, and all persons providing information must state their name and address for the record. And there's I would just ask this too, and I'll maybe just state this now. We have received several written correspondence regarding the first item on the agenda tonight. If, just to save time, if you would prefer to come to the podium and make a public testimony about what you submitted, you could do that. Again, just out of time, please limit your comments to 2 minutes, if at all possible. If you would prefer not to publicly speak, your written input, if you provided such, will be shared. It has been shared with the members of the commission and will be shared by staff as well. So I think with that, we will go ahead and I apologize. I've been on the Planning Commission for a few years. This is my first time chairing the Planning Commission, so grace would be appreciated as I work through the agenda, but I think we'll get through it here fairly well. Let's see, what's next? Roll call of who's present. Cindy Harner, you're present virtually?
I'm here virtually, thank you.
Okay. If at any time you are unable to hear us or staff or any of the public testimonies or see us, please let us know. Okay?
I will give you a shout out, thank you.
And you're District 1.
Yes.
District 2, I'm Dave Benford, I'm here. District 3?
Greg Fredericks, I'm here.
District 4?
Here, David Knopfler.
Okay. District 5?
Here, Leroy Gondringer.
At-large member, Rich.
Blankish.
Yep.
Here.
And at-large?
Angie Tomovich, here.
And our ex officio commissioner rep,
Joe Persky, District 2.
all right. Okay. All right. With that, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next item on the agenda is to welcome our newest member to the Planning Commission, Greg Fredericks. Welcome. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this role. And you're on the spot for your oath of office. So do you have that to read? I believe. Yep. So if you would just read that out loud and fill your name in the blank, and you'll be good to go.
I, Gregory Fredericks, solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, and that I will faithfully execute and discharge the duties of the Planning Commission in the County of Stearns, Minnesota, according to law and to the best of my ability.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. All right. The first item on the agenda is a continuation of discussion that took place in January, the January Planning Commission meeting. And this is to consider an interim use permit submitted by Stefanski Properties LLC, Holding Fort Minnesota, according to sections 4.18 and 7.17 and 9.3.6F of Stearns County Land Use Zoning Ordinance number 439. The request is to have a mining operation on approximately 39 acres for 10 years in the Agricultural 4 A40 zoning district. This property is in part of the southeast quarter, southwest quarter, and part of the southwest quarter, southeast quarter, lying north and west of 330th Street in Section 25 of Albany Township, 125/31. The property address is 20008 330th Street, Albany, Minnesota. Would ask at this time for anybody speaking, or let's see, public testimony, is that first, or the applicant? Oh, okay, staff report, sorry.
So let's do roll call of members who visited the site. Dave Campbell,
Yes.
Angie,
Yes.
Dave,
I did not.
Greg,
Yes.
Leroy,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Cindy,
Yes, prior to January.
thank you. Okay, so I will run through the staff report quick. This is a continuation from January. The request is to mine 39 acres on 10, or over 10 years on this property. They're proposing it in 3 phases. The background, in January, the Planning Commission held the public hearing and continued it to February to have further discussion with the township and neighbors on hours of operation and to provide revised hours of operation for mining and hauling and crushing. New public hearing notice was sent to the township and the neighbors for additional public input. January 15th, the township met and they made a recommendation, which was to allow March 1st through December 31st, Monday to Saturday, no operations on Sundays or holidays. Hauling hours 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., crushing 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., additional 14 24-hour flex days, excluding Sundays or holidays, for crushing per year. If crushing occurs after 10 p.m. or starts before 6 a.m., it shall be considered a flex day. Then on January 26th, the township held another meeting with the neighboring property owners to get more input on what they would like to see for hours of operation. And out of that meeting, the preferred hours of operation from the neighbors were months April to November, days Monday to Friday, no weekends or holidays or observed holidays, hauling 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., crushing 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The applicant is requesting to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, except for holidays. We went through all the performance standards last month, so I will just skip to the proposed conditions if this is to move forward. Proposed conditions would be, number 1, the interim use permit shall expire on December 31st, 2036. Identify hours of operation. Submit a financial guarantee in the amount of $253,500 to ensure reclamation when mining is complete. A written agreement with Albany Township shall be submitted in regards to maintenance of 330th Street by May 1st, 2026. If that agreement's not received by May 1st, 2026, no operation at the site, including hauling of equipment or material, can occur. Truck hauling signs are required during times of hauling. All access roads to public highways, roads, or streets or to adjoining property shall be paved or otherwise maintained to control dust. Entrance to the mining operation shall be gated and locked before and after approved hours of operation. Identification sign at the entrance showing name of the property owner and telephone numbers of the property owner, site operator, and hauling contractor shall be required. Berms to protect the wetland areas shall be vegetated. A wetland determination shall be completed prior to excavating and operating in phases 2 and 3. A wetland delineation may be required, and the Wetland Conservation Act shall be followed. The berm along 330th Street shall be extended into Phase 2 at the time mining commences in Phase 2. And the interim use permit does not authorize concrete, ready mix, or asphalt mixing facilities on the property. And that's all I have for right now.
Okay, thank you. Applicant, look like the applicant's here and their representative. If you just state your name, please, address, and provide any input, corrections, concerns, comments regarding the staff report.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Craig Kepler. It's Kepler with the law firm of Best and Flanagan in Minneapolis. The address is 60 South 6th Street, 27th floor, Minneapolis 55402. And I'm here on behalf of the Saponiak, the applicant, and I've got Jake Saponiak here with me who can answer questions as well. Just a couple notes I'd like to make at first just about the staff report. The township did meet twice, as the staff notes. So at both meetings and at the last planning commission meeting that we had in January, there's been opportunity for public comments. We've had 3 now public meetings where there's been opportunity for public comment, and I think a total of approximately, 5 or 6 people across those 3 meetings have shown up to comment. But the one noteworthy thing that's left out of the staff report, and I'm curious to know, I'm curious as to the reasons, is that the township made a recommendation, and it made the same recommendation twice. So in other words, we went to the township in December, I believe it was, or I guess January. They recommended the hours that staff noted, 6 to 7:30, et cetera, et cetera. We came here for a hearing in January, and the board instructed us at that point to go back to the township to have them have another thought, have another go at their recommendation. And in the process of doing that, have another listen to community comment. So they did that. They had another listen to community comment, and the township actually acted at that meeting, and the staff report ought to reflect that. They took action, and their action was to reiterate the same recommendation they made the first time around. So the township recommendation has been made twice now to this. Oh, sorry. Township recommendation has been made twice now to this board, which with the hours that were outlined, the 6 to 7:30, all days except holidays and Sundays. The reason that's interesting to me is because the staff instead chose to say that community comment favored 6 to 6 as the crushing and weekdays only, not weekends. Well, one married couple who lives across the street from the pit did mention those hours specifically. Other people who made community comment either didn't mention hours or mentioned other things. One suggested that we build a separate road across some of the farm fields to reach the main road. There's a wide range of comment. I don't think we have the videotape of the whole meeting. I don't think there's any way you can say that there was any sort of consensus, even of the people who commented there, that the hours should be limited to 6 to 6 p.m. I've had a chance to take a look at the county's application of this ordinance, and it's been interesting to me because it seems to me that the county's been all over the map in terms of how they've applied this ordinance, and that troubles me because state law requires the ordinance to be applied evenly and without discrimination among property owners. It feels like it's instead been applied more or less at whim by the county. We see hours from almost 5 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. 6 to 6 p.m. actually would be one of the most restrictive IUPs ever issued by the county in the history of this ordinance. We see pits that have been given quote-unquote grandfathered status for 24/7, 365 operation, even though both the ordinance and Minnesota law says that there's got to be findings of fact on the question of whether operation's been discontinued for a period of a year, and local people living here would tell you that in most of those cases it has been, that those pits don't qualify for 24/7, 365 operation. So it seems like the county hasn't been following its own ordinance in many, many different circumstances. The Saponiaks got a letter from Heidi about this specific IUP a couple of months ago. Now keep in mind, they bought this pit in 2024. They operated in 2025 under the then existing IUP, which they applied for, by the way. The Saponiaks were the applicants on that IUP. But then near the end of 2025, they got a letter from the county saying, well, they need to get their IUP, get a new IUP issued, or they can't operate. Well, that's not even consistent with what the ordinance says. The ordinance doesn't say that an IUP terminates when there's a change in ownership of the property. The IUP is quite clear about what does qualify for terminating an IUP, and changing ownership of the property is not one of those enumerated items. The ordinance does say that the county can revisit the terms of the IUP when there's a change in ownership, and that's why we're here, to revisit But the letter that we get from staff is just inconsistent with the ordinance itself, and that's just goes to my main point, which is it feels to me like the county doesn't really follow its own ordinance in most cases. It's just acting on a whim whenever somebody comes in for an IUP, depending on the winds at the time and where it's located. We gave the logic behind the hours that were requested by the Saponiacs last time we were here, and what's happened in the meantime, because the Saponiacs have been told that they don't currently have an operative IUP for the pit, is that they had to bid for a job here in Stearns County. Where is that located, Jake? That job that you just bid for?
Yeah, just today we had today there was a bid letting from Albany to Freeport there, I guess, and you guys told us we don't have a gravel pit permit supposedly, so we weren't able to bid it out of our normal project or pit that would be close to the project where we'd have a chance, so we bid it from a pit that's a lot further away that we do have a permit for, and obviously the ending result was we didn't get the project. So at the moment here, we're not able to conduct business on our own property, all because of the permitting issues here that we've been having and ongoing, so.
Yeah, so we should have had this decided when we were here in January. The township hasn't changed its recommendation. The lack of consistency with respect to the procedure relative to the IUP is already costing the Saponiacs money. And like I say, as far as I can tell, the history of the application of this ordinance is just wildly inconsistent. I think that's phrasing it charitably. I don't think that the request by the Saponiacs here is unreasonable. Many of you weren't here last time, and so I think I can reiterate the logic a little bit. If the Saponiacs win a job that requires 48 or 50 hours of crushing, if they're limited to 10 or 12 or 14 hours a day, that's going to stretch crushing out over 4 or 5 or 6 days of crushing. Whereas if they get their flex days and they get a job that requires 48 hours of crushing, they can get it done in 2 days. And the neighbors are going to hear 48 hours of crushing, whether it's over the course of 4 or 5 or 6 days, or whether it's over the course of 2 days. If I'm a neighbor, to be perfectly honest, I'd rather have it done. Get them in, get it done, and by the way, what the neighbors, many of the neighbors complained about when I was here last time wasn't the sound of the crushing, but rather the beep of the trucks as they're backing up and loading. And again, stretching that operation out over a longer period of time just makes that, occur over a longer period of time. So what we request here, at the very least, is an IUP recommendation to the county board that's consistent with what Albany Township has recommended. We think the Albany Township recommendation allows for a reasonable amount of use. Keep in mind that crushing generally occurs over a very short window in the spring and possibly over a very short window in the fall. There's very little crushing activity that takes place in the summer. We don't know when the spring gets warm. That's why we ask for the earlier start, because some years it does get warm early and you get the crushing done early. It doesn't increase the amount of crushing that you generally do over the course of the year. It just moves when you do it. We also don't know how late the fall stays warm. The crushing done in the fall generally is to either provide a little bit of extra material for jobs that are finishing up that fall, or in rare circumstances, to get some material ready for jobs that are going to start in the spring. That's not nearly as common because the jobs tend to specify the quality and type of material that they want, and so you can't just crush in advance and stockpile it. But the hours that we're requesting won't increase the overall amount of crushing. It will just allow it to be more concentrated within a shorter period of time in the spring, and if there's any fall crushing within a shorter period of time in the fall. So what we're asking for is just a recommendation by this board to the county board that the IUP conform with the hours that Albany Township has itself recommended.
Very good. Thank you. Commission, questions for staff or the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I've got a number. Angie, he stated that the change of ownership, actually, we're not clear as far as the termination of the IUP. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair? Ma'am, can I speak?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Persky, so a couple things. We do have a provision in the ordinance that indicates the permit, if it's an interim use permit, is revisited upon change of ownership. That is in our ordinance. And we were not made aware of the change in ownership until it was brought to our attention. Shortly after it was brought to our attention, there was a death in their family, and out of respect, we gave them time before we sent them a letter. I don't know how else to say it. And so, yes, we did send them a letter. We indicated if they wanted to continue mining, they needed to apply for the permit, which they did. We've never indicated they had to stop mining throughout this process. We would not do that as long as they're complying with the terms of the permit that were issued when they didn't own the property. So they're working through the process just like we're asking them to. And I think that was all I had for comments. Other than the last comment, I would say highlighted in purple, the attorney indicated that we didn't have the township recommendation and in the staff report, and it is. It's highlighted in purple, so that is there.
I just add this, the ordinance, and forgive me because I left my briefcase at home before coming here. I left in a rush and got a phone call and left my briefcase home, and I have the ordinance printed there, of course, which I don't have with me. But the ordinance has a specific section that talks about when IUPs are terminated, and various breaches and things of that nature. Change of ownership is not in that section. Separately, in a different part of the ordinance, it discusses that the IUP will be, as staff said, revisited if there's a change in ownership. Revisited being in a separate section other than termination, statutory interpretation suggests that you don't need a new IUP when you change ownership, but the board has the opportunity to revisit the terms and conditions of that IUP. Again, it's a little bit academic because we're applying for a new IUP here anyways, but the confusion did lead to the Saponiacs missing out on a bid because the letter that we received from the town, or the county, I'm sorry, suggested that they need a new IUP before they can conduct any mining operations on the property. And the point I'm making about the staff ordinance is that the township actually acted twice. They actually affirmatively took a vote 2 times, and both January 15th and January 26th, and both times they made the same recommendation to this board.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair, I'll just clarify too. Mr. Kepler did send a letter to the department, and we have reviewed it several times with our attorney's office, and they have no concerns with the process that we're going through. And there's really no other discussion that needs to happen at the Planning Commission relative to that.
Thank you, Angie. Question?
Mr. Chair, then what were the present hours then of the existing pit?
Mr. Chair, I believe the existing hours are 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m.
Okay.
I thought I had that in there,
The
but
existing hours are 6 to 7:30 p.m. for hauling and 6 to 8 p.m. for crushing. 6 days a week, no holidays.
And then I have another, Mr. Chair, I have another question for Mr. Kepler. On your application, you asked for 24 hours of operation, 7 days a week, and then 12 months out of the year. If you take a look at the chart of the IUPs, I don't believe we have any of those that are operating under those conditions.
The chart doesn't include properties that have been quote-unquote grandfathered in. It only includes properties that are operating under IUPs.
Yep.
My point is that I don't believe the county has appropriately reviewed properties that are grandfathered in, that many of the properties that are grandfathered in maybe shouldn't be. And it's a species of favoritism, in my view.
I would agree with you on that point.
yeah.
And I think I would like to revisit them, but we're, under the present situation, we're working with IUPs for anything coming in at this time.
Right, but the law requires that the ordinance be applied consistently and without discrimination between the properties, and I don't believe that's the case in this county.
Maybe you should help us rectify the situation with those that are grandfathered in.
For the grandfathered in point, right next to our property, the neighboring 2 properties on both sides of us are both 24 hours a day. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, and,
So-
and to that point, we submitted public data requests and received some data about that, and there's correspondence to that pit saying that if there's concerns by neighbors about their operation and intrusiveness, then they may be required to get an IUP like everybody else. The Albany County clerk, Heidi Voss, who I believe might be here, lives right across the street from that pit, and in the last meeting indicated that she has concerns about, here publicly, it indicated she has concerns about its operations, and yet, here we are. There's been no effort, to my knowledge, to have that pit move into an IUP circumstance.
Mr. Chair, this is out of context, both Commissioner Persky's discussion questions and the applicants. This is not germane to the permit. They've applied for a permit. If they want us to act on it, then we can continue to do so. If they want to withdraw their application and seek a legal jurisdiction, they can have a summons and complaint against the county for how they're administering their ordinance. Those are all the choices and options that I talked to our attorney about this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll just comment. I just take a look at the IUPs, and I don't see anybody that is working at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I would find that difficult for us to move forward on something like that.
But there are a few, and I had a chart, but of course it's in my briefcase, which is still on my floor back in the Twin Cities. There are several that have pretty long hours. Some go to 10:30 if memory serves, and some have no specified months, at least in the chart that I had. And so the presumption is that maybe they're year-round. I don't know what the presumption is if the chart doesn't specify the months. But some have, fairly long, in terms of months of start and stop, have longer months of start and stop than the Saponiac current permit as well. So there's a pretty wide range of IUP hours and months and things of that nature.
I would just add, we've established that there is quite a wide range, and but we need to consider the application as it's been submitted.
Sure.
And you're asking for a 24/7 operation.
Right, and you have discretion to give us that or some other amount. I mean, it's within your discretion, and of course, you're recommending this to the county board, so we're looking to you. If you feel like it should be less than 24/7, then.
Well, with that, I'll ask my question is, so my understanding, and I was not here in the January meeting, but this discussion is a continuation of the January meeting. And I think the purpose for that continuation was for you to speak with the township. That apparently did take place, but my understanding is you are really not willing to move from your initial request. You're asking for a 24/7 operation. Is that correct?
We have a recommendation from the township that we feel is workable for now. I think that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, we're fine with the township recommendation, which is what we had on the table the first time we were here at this meeting, at the end of January. And then we went back to the week later, we went back to the township meeting to have a second discussion with the township and the locals there, and the township recommended the same thing twice. So that's the part that's not on the staff report. The part on the staff report in purple is the one from the first meeting in January. The second one says that the neighbors' concerns, but the township never changed their recommendation to the county board. The township actual recommendation is the same. What's written on the staff report is some comments from the people in the audience at the township board, not the actual township board recommendation.
So when we were here in January, we were asking for an IUP that was consistent with the township's recommendation, and we're still asking for an IUP. Keep in mind the timing. The township's recommendation comes after the submission of our application.
So my understanding for the township is their recommendation is March 1st to December 31st, Saturday or Monday to Saturday, nothing on Sunday or holidays, hauling 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., crushing 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. You agreed? You agree?
Yep, and then
You would accept that?
And there's 14 days of 14 flex days is what they label them as, which we can use those days within the months of the year there. We can pick and choose those days we want to actually run 24 hours a day. So that's the 14 flex days. And we are okay with that recommendation. That's the original recommendation we agreed upon with the township board members the first time around, which they didn't change their recommendation the second time around. So we were okay with that. That's our quote-unquote version of compromising from the full-blown 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is really what we want. But, so we're coming down to way closer to
What you got now?
to what we got now, really, I guess. But, yeah.
Okay. So, thank you. Other questions?
I just have one for staff. Because of changed ownership, they're here tonight.
Correct.
Am I reading on the chart right that they're permitted, if they wouldn't have changed ownership on that property, am I looking at the correct permit that they'd be permitted till 2030 under the current?
Correct. Their last permit was issued in 2020 for 10 years.
So if ownership wouldn't have changed, they'd be working under that
Under that
permit for
till
till
2030.
2030,
Correct.
which the hours were
6 to 8.
6 to 8.
Yeah.
And you guys would have been happy with that for the next 4 years?
No, we haven't been happy with that from the start.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Hello. I was just wondering about the 14, 24-hour flex days and how and who monitors those.
The township was gonna do their own monitoring, and the neighbors, everybody watches us all the time, and some of the township officials live right next to the pit across the street. So there'll be plenty of monitoring people in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and to expand on the flex day concept a little bit, if they work, if the ending period is 10 p.m. and they work until 11 p.m., even just 1 hour, that uses one of their entire flex days. So they have to be mindful of only using those days when they have a lot of work that's going to keep them open for, an extended period of time. And again, the concept of the flex days, and I think the township was in agreement with this, is that it allows a single job to be concentrated into a shorter stop and start window, as opposed to stretching it out over a longer period of time if they have to stop at night and then fire it back up again in the morning.
Very good. Any other questions from? Okay. I'd like to open it up to any public testimony, and I believe there's a fair amount. As I tried to explain previous, we want everybody to be heard on this issue. If you submitted something in writing and you are here and would like to publicly comment, you're welcome to do that. I would just maybe ask that you reference what you submitted in writing. If there's any additional, that's fine. That way staff will read only those letters for individuals that are not here in person, if that makes some sense. Just to try to save some time, try to keep your comments to 2 minutes so that we give everybody a chance to speak on the issue. So with that, and I'd also ask when you come to the podium here to speak into the mic clearly, state your name, your address. So.
Mr. Chair, the speaker cards I've given you thus far, you can call them off when you're ready.
All right.
And I went and did another little go around. I didn't see anybody else. And you are not bound to those either. If you want to call for
Okay.
extras after, you sure can.
First card I have here is for Mr. Jeff Skalicki.
I spent the last weekend talking to the neighbors, and I visited about.
Sir, could you state your name and your address, please?
Jeff Skalicki,
Your address?
33612 County Road 156, Albany. Anyway, I find it a little disgusting. I mean, we get 2 minutes, and you're making a decision about a 10-year period of time for my life and our neighbors. And as far as the township goes, they advertise on Chasm and apparently Enterprise. They put a notice in. I don't get the Enterprise, and I don't listen to Chasm. So when there's public hearings in the township of Albany, nobody seems to know about it. I know I don't, and I'd sure as well hell show up if there was notices. I mean, it's not like it's 30,000 people live out there. I mean, we got the 21st century and technology. Maybe we could get emails and send to people to notify them that what's going on in our community. I would have attended public hearings there. but nobody knows. So if there's an argument that there's nobody there, that's part of the reason. And you know it better. You send out a notice to a quarter mile of these areas here. I'm barely a quarter mile and I'm right across the street. Probably 90% of these people I talk to, they never got any notice, but they're affected. You know, just because they're crushing and the trucks and the loaders are running, every grain of that mineral's got to be moved. Those trucks alone weigh 20, 30,000 pounds plus another 30,000, 50,000 pounds of aggregate in there. It's a freight train running down the road. And I've been putting up with it out there for 25 years now. And I come to these meetings and, you know, you give me 2 minutes. It's been 25 years. We've
Sir,
got
the only
another
reason
10
I
years.
limited to 2 minutes, sir, is just to allow everybody to have input. So
Well,
that's the
I
only
understand
reason.
that, but
Okay.
this is a bit, you're asking me to commit for the next 10 years of my life, we have to listen to that ruckus.
Understand.
You know, there are 3 operations out there that literally abut each other's property. I looked at, I just did the math. You guys have designated basically 800 acres of my neighbor's property that are owned now by people that run mining operations. 800 acres across the street from me. Your long-term plan, if anybody have taken the time to read your 2040 long-term comprehensive plan, I don't see much in there about allowing all these mining operations. I don't see that in that long-term plan. If any of you have read it, the 5 pillars, it talks about agricultural land. It talks about residential agricultural. We live in an industrial park. I live in an industrial park. Trucks running all day, crushers running. I went and visited with about 25 of the households. And you think that's all of them? They run them trucks up around Upper Spunk Lake, around the lake, on County Road 9. There's houses everywhere. I talked to at least 10 people there, and they got to climb a big hill. They got to use their Jake brakes on the back. Nobody wants this. Okay? I made some copies here for you to look at. I took the time. I took 8 hours of my time this weekend going around and actually talking to the neighbors. Sure. If you think this is, people are happy, they're not. So anyway, I'm opposed to this. Okay. Well, I thought you might want the original. Okay. So anyway, I've done my homework. And if you're the planning commission and concerned about long-term planning and agricultural, in fact, the first read I had this morning on my algorithm, there's 1,300 farms in the state of Minnesota that are going out of business in the last 2 years, and it's going to get worse. So if you're concerned about keeping the rural agriculture community, it's failing.
Thank you, Mr. Skalicki. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Chair, could I ask Mr. Skalicki a question?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Could you come back to the podium? I just have one quick question for you. In looking through the mining IUPs, we have a list of all the mining in the county. There's a Jeff Skalicki in Albany that apparently has a mine or a gravel pit.
No, it doesn't. That was expired 9 years ago.
It said it expires in 2026, so it's not in operation right now?
It expired 9 years ago.
But it was
It'll
on
never
your,
be in operation.
that was on your property, though?
Was the mining on my property?
Yeah.
No. They applied for a permit.
Mr. Chair, I can speak to that. They did, a permit was issued for Mr. Skalicki's property, but the gravel pit was never opened.
Okay.
And so since it never opened within that first 12 months after the permit was issued, it became null and void at that point. So yeah, technically that permit is already expired because it never commenced
Okay.
originally.
I was just a little confused. But, okay, thank you.
Other questions at all?
And we were the ones that had Jeff Skalicki's gravel pit permit at one time.
Yeah, I see your name, Mayor.
And you maybe see why we don't have it anymore.
That was why I had a question.
The next name I have is Diane Knoll. Diane, if you could just state your name and, for the record, and your address, please.
Chair Bentrude and Planning Commission members, I am Diane Knoll. I am the clerk of Albany Township. My address is 20929 330th Street, Albany, Minnesota. I have two hats, which you found out last month. I live across or in the neighborhood of this permit, but I'm also the clerk for the township. Thank you for reopening this public hearing for this IUP request at the January 22nd meeting. It was requested Albany Township have a second hearing on the hours for the Saponiak IUP gravel pit, and it was stated that the public hearing here was closed and could not be reopened. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak on this request again. The Albany Township Board of Supervisors reluctantly held a second hearing. They felt it was the Planning Commission's responsibility, not theirs. But this hearing was held on January 26th, and we had 12 residents at the hearing. They were all notified by phone or text about the meeting, and the representation was good. We had good talk. Their request was for the months from April to November, days Monday through Friday, no weekends or holidays or observed holidays, hauling 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and crushing 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Just to note, Attorney Kipler, we did not do a second vote that night. I believe I sent the information to Heidi, and our officers did not vote on it. They went with what the members said, and this is what the residents wanted. So this was sent to Heidi at Environmental Services. That is what the residents are requesting at this time. We still have unanswered questions from the IUP. The dust and noise control plan on page 14 of the IUP that Saponiak's gave to you, the noise control measures, community communication, advance notice to neighbors of blasting or noisy operations. Chair Bentrude, I'd like you to get an answer from Saponiak's as to what they mean by advance notice. Number 6 on page 14, complaint hotline, dedicated phone email for residents to report concerns. I'd like to find out how they're going to handle that. And number 3, the annual public meeting, review of monitoring results and discussion of improvements. I'd like to know from Saponiak's how they plan to handle that annual public meeting. We also have the following concerns. In reviewing the previous IUPs issued to this gravel pit site, it states the following. Entrance to mining operations shall be gated and locked before and after approved hours of operation. Driving by the pit tonight on our way here, it is not locked, it is open, and there is still no sign at that entrance. Requires signs at entrances showing name of property owner and telephone numbers of property owner, site operator, and hauling contractor. So these conditions have not been met from the previous IUP. Also, Albany Township, at our meeting when we did meet with Saponiak's, we are willing to allow Saponiak to use the second approach to the pit, but it is only to be used for personal vehicles, and no gravel hauling or large equipment is allowed to be hauled in or out of that second approach. And I'm wondering if the Planning Commission will be requesting this approach to also be gated and signed. In reviewing the previous IUPs, there are at least 2 sheriff reports stating there was a violation of the IUP in the hours of operation, one in July of 2010 and again in March of 2026. Now, I've given to you some of the violations, and I was told by Environmental Services that these would be taken into consideration when you do this IUP. So we're just wondering if you will take some of those into consideration. And we are in the process with our attorney of writing a contract with Saponiak for the road improvements that will be done on that road after they're done with the construction hauling. I will agree with Attorney Kipler that the inconsistency of the county on permits, we were talking about that today, but that's not an issue I want to get into tonight, but I do agree with him on that. And I think that is everything I have. Thank you very much.
Ms. Knoll, could I ask, the questions you had for the applicant, they were not discussed on your, when was that meeting, January 15th?
The annual public meeting was discussed and it was treated very lightly. So I did not get a answer that we wanted.
Staff, how do we talk through the questions they have for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, if the Planning Commission would like the applicant to answer those questions, then you need to ask them those questions.
You had, you had quite a list. I wasn't able to get them all
Sorry.
written down. Could you state again, for the applicant, the questions that you have so that we could get some clarification on?
On the IUP request page,
Maybe we could take one at a time so
Okay.
there's not
page
so confusing.
14, dust and noise control plan, number 3, noise control measures. Community communication, advance notice to neighbors of blasting or noisy operations. That was number 1.
Okay. Do you have a plan for that?
Sure. Yep. So all of our dust and noise are all regulated by the state of Minnesota, really, I guess. So long as we're complying with everything that's set forth for the health department that regulates dust control and regulates noise control, as long as we're within all the moderations, which we are. We're monitored all the time, and we have annual checks by MSHA. They're the federal agency that comes out and checks our noise levels and dust levels, and that's how we comply with keeping track of what we're doing. So whether somebody thinks it's noisy or, I mean, that's their opinion, but if it's in the guidelines of what we have to work with, that's what we go with, so.
Mr. Chair, just a question for the applicant. I think, not to speak for Diane, but I'm reading it on the screen. It says advance notice to neighbors. So I think the question is, how do you intend to give the neighbors advance notice?
There's no reason to do any blasting in the pit, so I don't know where the blasting came about.
This is on your application.
So this is not a limestone quarry or a granite quarry, so there's no blasting being done ever on the property.
Understood, but from my understanding is you successful getting a bid, you have a quick turnaround to supply product to some specification. Thus, you're asked to, initially anyway, for a 24/7 operation, correct? So if you were to, and now we've got a provision for, and I got papers everywhere, potentially 24-hour operation in certain situations. How would you go about? Do you have a plan to communicate with the residents in the area that you,
To be on the property.
You have
mining
email.
To be yeah, I mean, our plan would be if we're gonna be in there making all kinds of mass destruction in our pit there for the neighbors and crushing, we can notify everybody in the neighborhood. We have everybody's name and address. That's our plan, is to notify everybody if there's gonna be
and how much time could you give?
We can give a week notice. I mean, that'd be sufficient, I would think.
Mr. Chair, not to belabor the point, but we're responsible to enforce the conditions. So what does that actually mean? Is it when you're going to have the crusher operate? I mean, because then we're going to get calls saying they didn't give us notice, and we're going to not know what exactly that means.
Right.
So I think the Planning Commission needs to decide either that advance notice is or is not required, and if it is required, it needs to be specific on what operation they need to give neighbors notice to.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, I don't think we've ever required advance notice of when a crusher moved into a gravel pit that I can recall. Blasting is a different situation, but I don't think you're going to do much blasting.
We're not gonna be doing anything. We do blasting in other situations, but not in this type of materials. I guess I'm not sure where the blasting came about. So if it's on the application, we can cross blasting off the list.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because it was on their request. And so I want to make sure that we know if there is going to be blasting, that we are notified. And if they're going to change it, that's fine. But we need to be in compliance with what they're stating.
Okay. Your other question?
Okay, the second one was dedicated phone email for residents to report concerns to. It would be a complaint hotline, community engagement. And then the second part of that was an annual public meeting, review of monitoring results and discussion of improvements. I'm wondering what they feel they're going to be doing with those 2 items.
So by the front gate, Diane is right, there's the sign we have there, we have had there tipped over, and we have to put a new sign up in spring when the ground thaws there, but on that sign, it'll have our name and phone number, so anybody has questions or concerns, they can call us, and we can talk to them about that. So that's would be the hotline, I guess, to talk to us, which will be the office phone number. As far as the annual meeting goes there, I guess we planned on, at the end of every year there, I guess, we planned on sending out a letter to all the local neighbors, letting them know what we've done and what we plan to do in the upcoming future, I guess, so everybody's kind of in the loop there. That was one concern. A bunch of neighbors that they never know anything about what's going on until after it happens, and we don't communicate with the neighborhood, which is why we're, there's upset people, I guess, but to help with that, we thought it would be a good plan to let everybody know in the neighborhood maybe, and at the end of the year what we kind of did, and maybe before the spring starts in March or something there, we can let them know the projects that we have and roughly when we think we're going to be in the pit operating, because our pit mainly operates on project basis. It's not a full-blown operation where we always have somebody in the pit loading trucks and like a big everyday setting. Our type of work is different than some of the other pits in the area where they're more localized excavating companies that they're just using their pit every day, a dump truck load at a time. Ours is like you come in there, do a fairly large project and then move on, and we're not in there the rest of the year, which is another reason why we ask for such long hours, because we know we're not going to use them hours all year long. We know that. Being our stuff is project basis, we just come do our project fast and then move on and move out of the neighborhood, and it just sits there empty the rest of the year. That's kind of our nature of our business.
Thank you. Ms.
And
Knoll?
then Chair Brent Rude, the other one was, they requested to leave the second approach open, which the township did approve. Will they need to have a gate there and also signage? And if it is, we'd like that in the IUP so that it gets covered. Because the main approach, they do have they don't have signage on it. It's supposed to be locked, gated, and a sign there. But around the corner on 330th is a second approach that they requested to leave it open, and the township supervisor said, yes, they'll leave it so they can use it for personal vehicles. But we want to assure that no big equipment will be able to go in and out of that approach.
Yep, so our intent would be to use the main driveway, like you see on the screen there. You can kind of tell where the main driveway comes in up the hill and on top of the township road there. And the far left there, right by where the woods kind of meets.
One at a time, please.
Sorry. Right, yeah, well, Diane was showing she was doing a good job there, but right where the cursor, to the left of the cursor, there's another old farm approach that's been there for forever, I suppose, that we've never used before, but the township officials, I mean, it's been there forever. Why would we take it out? We don't use it. We have no intentions on using it. We have a nice wide driveway where we have it, and that's what we intend to be using all the time. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I had a question. To go back to your first comment about noise, in the part of the dust and noise control plan,
Yes.
there's a comment in there about berms. And I noticed that the plant down the road to the west of it, I believe that's Lang, they have berms that seem quite high. And when I was out to visit the site, I actually went out twice. I didn't really notice any berms around the Skopaniak.
Saponiak built some nice berms on the northeast side to compensate last year for the asphalt pit that went in there, or the asphalt plant. And I believe we're hoping that they will do a few more on the east side, that southeast end there, to compensate for the blocks which live across the road from there.
Yep, so right to the right of where on the screen it says crushing and washing in black there, just to the right of that where it meets the yellow there, we made a monster sand pile there, so it acts as a berm. It's 40 feet high. So that helps the vowels will be right directly across the street, the residents there. So that helps screen them from any thing looking into the pit or sound from that direction. And then as you go from there, you go up towards the driveway, there's also a sand pile there that we put there for that reason. It's a waste sand pile there, so that guards that. And then when you get from our driveway going to the southwest there, there's pine trees planted all the way along the road there that are 15 feet high. So that's our plan for that, I guess. Our hole is, we're in a hole. The hole is 25 feet deep, right across where them pine trees are. So we'd have to get it way, it goes from the tar road, it goes downhill drastically into the pit. But there's pine trees there, so we can build a berm, but the berm would be 50 feet high before we even got up high enough to do anything.
All right, Mr. Knoll, is there any, those
That's
your?
all I've got.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Members of the Planning Commission, any questions related to this discussion at all? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next name I have is Michael Knoll. Mr. Knoll, if you could state your full name and address, please.
Michael James Knoll, 20929 330th Street, Albany. We're just down the road from this. We're right across from the Lang Pit. I was here when the last meeting when it was very cold, so there weren't too many of us here. So, Mr. Chairman, I've got a few things. I've got a letter that I wrote. You asked to speed up the time, so I'm going to read the letter so it speeds things along a little bit.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right, this is from me. I'm an Albany Township Planning Commissioner member and landowner near the Saponiak Pit, 20929 330th, like I stated. In reference to the Saponiak IUP, the hours of operation, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, April to November. No 24 operation at all with any kind of a flex situation or whatever. Myself and other residents have had many issues with various gravel companies operating in this section. Some of the issues are as follows. The company's trucks hauling overweight on posted roads, operating before or after their time restrictions, speeding on the roads, jake braking, extreme dust, continuous noise, and not posting correct signage at pit entrances. This very negatively especially affects the blocks living right across the road from the pit. They're right there. The Stearns County Sheriff's Department has been advised of some of these violations. Should the local residents have to constantly monitor these pits for violations, they should be something that's naturally be taken care of by the people doing it. The Sheriff's Department informed us that the local residents need to call and they will respond. And they have responded in the past, but they are not able to provide constant patrol. Sometimes they've been out there and the situation has calmed down. With the recent response from many concerned residents, the gravel companies have become much more aware of the concerns of the residents, putting up with the noise, dust, traffic, and violations of these pit operations. There are 4 pits operating in this 3 square mile area and monthly expansion on some. Lang is one of them, and this one, the Saponiak Pit, is planned for expansion. Do the residents need to allow more operations of this type? There are so many pits there. You've got the maps here, but you go on Google Earth and they show the green and then the pits are the gray or the sand. You can see it a whole lot better just how many pits there are in the area. Thank you for listening to my concerns. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. It looks like Holly Block. I apologize if I didn't get the spelling quite right. Just please.
Holly Block 19555, County Road 156, Albany. I will make this short, and I know everyone has a lot to say. My son Josh lives right across the road from Saponiak's pit.
Ma'am, I don't know that we can hear that very well. Could you
know.
describe what it is? Or?
It's the crushing. That's what he has to listen to at,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, there was a video played from the phone of the testifier indicating crushing noise from a cell phone across the road.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. And that's what, okay, I'm,
mm-hmm.
understood then. Anything else you'd like to add?
Other than the fact that Saponiak ran the pit last year, hours were 6 to 7:30, which was doable. Not perfect, having a pit right across your home place that you recently purchased in the last 7 years. That was in my husband's family for over 60. But till 10 o'clock at night, as supposedly the Albany Township has suggested, my son and my daughter-in-law work 2 jobs. So the little bit of free time that they do have to come home and enjoy some time in the summer, some peace and quiet, or just to sleep. 10 o'clock at night is rather late. 24/7 is ridiculous. So I guess that's really all I have to say is I hope you don't approve 10 o'clock at night. I think 7:30 is extremely doable. I don't ever hear last year on the hours that Saponiak worked that they ever did not get a job done. They got all their work done as far as I know. But that's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much. Angie, were there any other cards? Here, okay, here none.
No, but you can call for any other last.
Any other public testimony that anyone would like to have? Please come up. Again, if you could just state your name and your address, please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Burgess. I'm at 20933 330th Street. I submitted a letter as well, and I think maybe it would be best if I just read it, so I'll do that. Dear members of the Township Council, I'm writing as a concerned resident, a mother of 3, and someone whose family has deep roots on this land. My parents also live on the property, and my mother grew up here. So this isn't just where we live, it's home in the fullest sense of the word. For generations, our family has cared for and conserved this land so it can be enjoyed by our children and hopefully theirs as well. That's why we are troubled about the expanding gravel pit operations in our neighborhood. This is not a small undertaking. Gravel pits are industrial operations. They bring heavy truck traffic, as we've talked about, dust, diesel fumes, and constant equipment noise. Fine particulate dust and diesel emissions are known to impact air quality and can aggravate respiratory issues, particularly in children and other adults. These risks feel real to us. Safety is one of our concerns as well. We do have runners in our family, including our son, and we like to run on the rural roads. These roads weren't designed for this industrial traffic. And so large trucks traveling at speeds on these narrow country roads create serious risks for runners, cyclists, children waiting for buses, families pulling out of driveways, et cetera, et cetera. What makes this even more alarming is that the gravel pit is directly across from one of our neighbors' homes, as she just mentioned. And I can't imagine living with that constant noise that you heard and having that dust right outside your home. And I don't believe any family should have to. There's the noise piece, which we've talked about briefly. Part of this, what makes this area so special and why we moved out there is because it's the country. You know, we have birds in the morning, peaceful countryside, and so this constant sound of engines, braking, backing alarms, crushing equipment, it completely changes that. Communities in many places have pushed back on these developments, and that's for the reason. The reason is because once that rural character, which is why we moved out there, is lost, it doesn't come back. I mean, we're seeing these expansions. We understand that gravel is needed for growth, but responsible planning means placing industrial operations away from established homes and farms, not in the middle of them. We are strongly opposed to this gravel pit operating here, and we do believe that there needs to be some kind of compromise. It's really easy to say that, you know, these are our plans and stuff, but you don't live there. You know, our concerns about safety and quality of life do remain. I do respectfully ask that each of you picture this in your own neighborhoods. I ask you to consider, would you want this operation in your backyard? Would you want your children sharing narrow roads with heavy industrial trucks? Local government exists to balance economic interests with the health health, safety, and well-being of its residents. Companies may prioritize profit. We trust you to prioritize people. Please protect the families who already call this place home. Please protect the farms and the quiet roads and the rural character that cannot be restored once lost. Thank you for your time and for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Is your place on the map?
It's right over. Yeah, right over here. So this is like the route that I drive.
Can you hear the crushing?
Yeah, because we've got like the over here and there's just like expansion. So of course we're concerned. You know, we hear this for sure, and it's just a different thing when you're used to like your typical summer, and then you walk outside and you hear the beeps and you hear the things like that. I mean, it's a real deal. You should come out and hear it. So yeah, so we're over here, and of course we just see like expansion. So what does this mean?
Yeah, we might need you to be by the mic so we can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. I know you're, I can't.
I'm sorry.
I think we have a pointer. I don't know if it's operational right now.
I'm sorry. What was your question, sir?
Well, just to be able to record your comments, we
Okay.
need to have you
Okay,
by the
okay.
mic, so.
Yeah, I just mentioned them. Of course, we are concerned to
Yep.
see this. I mean, it's becoming an industrial park. It's a real concern for us.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Any other public testimony? Going once? Going twice? Public testimony a third time, hearing none. I believe, Heidi, you have some written correspondence.
I've got several letters I will read through for you. You do have copies of all of these at your spots there too. From the City of Albany, the City of Albany has received the notice of public hearing regarding the request by Saponiac Properties LLC for an interim use permit to operate a mining operation at 20008 330th Street, Albany, Minnesota. At this time, the city has reviewed the request and has no concern with the proposed operation. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this matter. Sincerely, Gary Winkle, City Administrator. Next letter. I'm writing to express my concerns regarding gravel pit operations located near residential homes within Albany Township, including the Saponiac Pit. The proximity of these operations raise significant safety, health, and quality of life concerns for nearby residents. Roadways adjacent to the gravel pits are routinely used by multi-ton gravel trucks while also serving residents, families, and school buses. These roads were not designed to safely accommodate frequent heavy industrial traffic. Notably, 3 gravel trucks slid off the road in the past year alone, underscoring the ongoing and unacceptable risk posed to the public. Residents experience persistent noise generated by gravel grinding, earth-moving equipment, and heavy machinery. They are continuous during operating hours and significantly disrupt our peaceful atmosphere out in the country. If the gravel pits are allowed to continue, their hours must be restricted. There appears to be a consistent pattern of disregard for the Albany Township imposed restrictions governing gravel pit operations. Conditions placed on permits are intended to mitigate impacts on surrounding neighborhoods, yet enforcement appears inconsistent. To reduce the impacts of surrounding residential properties, I respectfully request that the hours of operation at the Saponiac gravel pits be clearly defined, limited, and strictly enforced. Operations should be restricted from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, with no operations permitted on the weekend or observed federal holidays. This limitation represents a reasonable and necessary measure to protect public safety and preserve the quality of life for nearby residents. I respectfully urge the county to carefully evaluate these concerns, enforce existing regulations, and ensure that public safety and residential well-being remain a priority in all decisions related to gravel pit operations. Thank you for your time, consideration, and service to the residents of Albany Township. Sincerely, Jeff Burgess. Next one, I am writing to formally express my support for the interim use permit application submitted by WD Saponiac Incorporated for the gravel pit operations. I understand that the company is requesting authorization to operate 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. I fully support this request. Allowing extended operational hours will enable the company to complete projects more efficiently and in a timely manner, which ultimately benefits the community and all parties involved. I reside directly across the street from the gravel pit, and based on my personal experience, I have never had any concerns related to noise or operational disturbances. These activities at the site have not negatively impacted my quality of life. In fact, the operation has positively contributed to our neighborhood, as materials from the pit were used to repair County Road 156, which my neighbors and I rely on daily. For these reasons, I respectfully urge approval of the interim use permit application. Thank you for your time and consideration of my comments. Sincerely, Zachary Zabinski. We are writing on behalf of CJK Partnership and Kotzer Excavating to show our support for Saponiak Incorporated and their request for an interim use permit for their gravel pit. We support the gravel pit's requested hours and understand that they are seeking the ability to operate up to 14 days at a time and up to 24 hours per day when needed. We support this request on the condition that the pit is closed on Sundays and shuts down around 3 p.m. on Saturdays, with operations resuming on Monday. We believe this is a reasonable schedule. Having the flexibility to work longer hours during the week can help projects move efficiently, reduce delays caused by weather or tight timelines, and lessen the need to rush work. A reliable source of aggregates is important for road projects, construction, and other work that supports the local economy. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate the work you do for the community. Sincerely, Chris and John Kotzer. This is in regards to the Saponiak IUP at 20008 330th Street, Albany, Minnesota. I am Ron Bartles, address of 19642 County Road 156, Albany. I've lived at that address since 2002. In the area that we are talking about, there are 3 active pits and Albany Ready Mix. With all the pits and trucking that goes along with them, it has gotten extremely noisy and unsafe to be on the roads. I don't feel the need to give additional testimony than at the previous county meeting. Since the permit won't be denied, we all feel the hours of operation should be set. No 24/7, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., no Saturdays, no holidays or observed holidays, no asphalt plants. Slow the trucks down in the last quarter mile. If we can get some semblance of peace and quiet again, that would mean a lot to all of us that are directly affected by the noise and congestion all summer. I tend to look at it this way. Back in the 70s, when the population density was less and more agricultural, it maybe was okay to operate with no guidelines. However, as the dynamics changed to more of a residential and professional income earners, rules need to be in place. To choose to live in a rural environment is chosen for the peace and quiet, not mass chaos all summer. I will be in attendance at the meeting if anyone would like to question me. Thank you, Ron Bartles. I stand by my husband, Ron Bartles' views as far as the gravel pit operation and hours go. We live at 19642 County Road 156, Albany. Ideal hours of operation should be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday with no Saturdays, no Sundays, and no holidays, with keeping the trucks in the neighborhood driving slowly and professionally during their hours of operation. For the past 6 years, I've worked from home Monday and Friday, and for 5 very busy vascular surgeons, I schedule multiple surgeries every day that need my undivided attention to detail. I constantly hear truck traffic all day, especially with windows and patio doors open. Monday through Friday is more than enough time to hear traffic and gravel operations. Evenings and weekends are a time to relax and enjoy peaceful, quiet time. Thank you for your time, Stacy Bartles. This testimony is in regard to adding more mining operations to the area we have lived in for 49 years, which is zoned agricultural. We are opposed to additional mining in the agricultural zone as we have been dealing with very large gravel trucks, as well as the recent addition of very large concrete trucks disrupting our day-to-day life. There have been at least 3 instances where trucks have gone off the road and caused traffic to be rerouted. Thankfully, there was no other traffic on the road at the time and no one else was involved. The incidents occurred close to the mining site in question. I was told by a commissioner years ago that the county needs gravel. I understand that. However, we already have 2 other large pits in the area, which should help with competitive pricing. What more do we need? With all the pit activity already in place, Is it possible for the pit owners to build their own road from 330th to County Road 156 near Albany Industrial Park? This would minimize the residential impact substantially and increase the safety on our roads. The other issue we have is the hours of operation. There's no way that 24/7 hours of operation should be acceptable. If this is absolutely the only place that would work for Saponiak Properties, the hours should be normal daily work hours. Also, no weekends or holidays, as these would be the times we would be outside spending time with our family and friends. Sincerely, Don and Pat Ostendorf. Last night I visited 6 of our neighbors. All are vehemently opposed to this operation. I'm not through yet either, as I plan on visiting everyone in the neighborhood affected by this intrusive, destructive activity. This morning I read my favorite Substack by Heather Cox Richardson. In it, she quotes Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, where it is stated, "We are gifted from our Creator certain inalienable rights, the right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." This may sound dramatic in this context, but is it? We have, as citizens, bestowed upon you, the government, consent to ensure these rights. All of the people I spoke to last night were emotionally charged, as am I, because of these rights being violated. Our quality of life has been destroyed, and in most cases, for the last 25 years. We all chose to live in a rural community for the very reason of having peace and quiet and more privacy. Apparently a luxury we weren't entitled to. As I see it, this is a case of poor planning due to lazy, complacent, and convenient decision-making. These types of operations are usually off the beaten path, so to speak, and it wouldn't take much to accomplish this. Stearns County is quite large with varying population density and plenty of gravel. Personally, I feel anger, rage, depression, anxiety when I can't enjoy a simple cup of coffee in the morning, read a book in my living room, take my dog for a walk, work on equipment in my yard. I literally live in an industrial park. I'm 67 years old and just retired. I figure I maybe have about 10 years left to enjoy life, and as we age, it goes by fast. I am vehemently opposed to all these operations in my backyard, particularly Saponiak, Lang, and Kostreba. Also, I would appreciate you address the grandfather status of how Nicholas Schiffler pit sometime in the near future. How anyone can have the perpetually status is beyond me. Sincerely, Jeff Skalicki. Last one. I am writing for inclusion in the public hearing record to express my strong support for the interim use permit applications submitted by Saponiak for their gravel pit operations. It is my understanding that the company is requesting authorization to operate 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. I firmly support this request. Allowing continuous operations when necessary enables projects to be completed more efficiently, reduces prolonged disruptions, and ensures that essential construction and infrastructure work is carried out in a timely manner for the benefit of the community. As a resident in the area of the gravel pit, I can state clearly that I have experienced no noise concerns or negative impacts from the operation. The activities at the site have not adversely affected my property, my quality of life, or the character of our neighborhood. In fact, the presence of this operation has provided direct and tangible benefit to our area. Materials from the pit were used in the repair and improvement of County Road 156, a roadway that my neighbors and I rely upon every day. The improvement of this road has enhanced safety, drivability, and overall convenience for local residents. Based on my firsthand experience, I believe Saponiak operates responsibly and respectfully. I respectfully urge the county to approve this interim use permit request. Thank you for your time and consideration of my comments for the record. Sincerely, Matt Gertkin. And then, yeah, we did have 2 letters that Jennifer Burgess and Mike Knoll read to you guys already too.
Thank you, Heidi.
20590 317th Street, Avon.
I did have a question too, and maybe this is for the applicant or staff. It looks like There was an IUP approved for this site as far back as June 21st of 2001, like almost 25 years ago.
Mr. Chair, yeah, Mr. Chair, this pit's, I think, has been in operation since actually before 2000.
So my question is how active during that roughly 25-year window of time, how active has this pit been?
So it's been operating, some years it doesn't get operated much at all, really. I guess it's basically, we have it for project basis, so it's not a continuous use, ongoing thing every year. It all depends on the projects in the area, that are let out for bids, I guess. So, yeah, it's not even used every year all the time at a continuous basis, but it has been used through the years. Way before 2000, the interstate was built out of this pit back in the 70s.
Is it fair to say you're doing work in there every year? I mean, at some point, or not necessarily?
Usually, yeah, at some point, whether it be crushing every year, maybe not. But there always seems to be something going on where we need a couple loads of gravel at least, So.
But it's not necessarily, every week, all week.
No.
Okay, just wanted some clarification on that. So, okay.
If I may respond just briefly to kind of broadly to some of the things we heard from some of the comments. As I said, this pit's been in operation for a long time. Some of the comments suggest that this application is seeking to add another pit to the currently operating pits, but that's not the case. This pit's been operating for a long time. This application is just seeking to allow the Saponiaks to keep on using the pit because they acquired the land. They've been using it since before. It feels like some of the comments here are attempting to put the blame on the Saponiaks for overall gravel activity that's taking place throughout the township and the county. We had a commenter up here, the last live commenter lives near the 4L or the Lang pit and talks about noise from the Lang pit, but uses that as a basis to suggest that Saponiak's IUP should be disallowed. Many of the comments speak to traffic issues as opposed to crushing and gravel issues, truck issues. Those are dealt with separately by the IUP. They're more restricted hours. Saponiak's in agreement with the more restricted hours. And we had discussion with the township. I would just mention at the township meeting about requiring truck drivers to not use their Jake brakes as they're approaching the entrance. There's a hill area there, and they had historically used that. And Saponiak's had agreed to include that as one of the requirements for their truck drivers not to be using those Jake brakes there. Okay. We can't speak to what other pit operators are or are not doing with their truck drivers. Overall, the use is one that's allowed by the law. I know people would like the law to be changed, and there's a political process for that to happen, and people are welcome to participate in that process. But for now, it's a valuable economic activity. It's been going on for a long time. It contributes to the community, and the only thing the Saponiaks are seeking is the ability to keep on using the pit as they have been for quite some time.
Good. Thank you. We have heard public testimony. We have had read to us some written testimony. At this time, I'd ask commission members for a motion to close the public hearing. Motion by Greg. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Cindy, just clarifying, you were in favor of closing the hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There's a
Here.
little delay on the audio there.
Just so you're aware, there's a
You
little
scared me for a
delay with
minute.
that.
I was like, what do I
so
do with that? I don't know.
An extra pause before you call for the nays would be
Okay,
helpful.
fair enough. Okay, any further discussion from the panel at all?
Angie Tomovich here, Planning Commission member. If you can clarify again, what are the current operating hours of the pit and days?
Currently, in the past, we've had operating hours for the hauling has been from 6 in the morning till 7:30 at night, which is exactly the same as what we applied for on our or the township has recommended on their recommendation. And then
Monday through Friday?
Monday through Saturday. And then the crushing portion is from 6 in the morning until 8 o'clock at night, Monday through Saturday.
And it's also limited April through November
And,
for
yep,
months.
and no Sundays or holidays.
Mr. Chair, members, I do have it highlighted on the screen as well.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all, appreciate.
Any further discussion at all?
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, I think you guys get a bad rap for some of the noise that the neighboring pits are causing. You know, I know there's some that are 24 hours a day out there, which is, it is what it is. But I think I'd be hard pressed to, I'd be perfectly fine if you guys wanted to keep same hours you had. It seems like the concern is the extended hours, the round-the-clock hours. And, you know, one of the things we're responsible for as a planning commission member, and it's part of the comprehensive plan, it's to adopt regulations to minimize nuisances from aggregate extraction that affect developed areas. Well, that's not the one I was looking at. Basically, it says we're supposed to try to make rules that balance the neighborhood with the crushing operation, the mining operation. And I think by, adopting a 24-hour-a-day schedule, that's not really taking the neighbors' concerns into account a lot. And, we've never, as a county, and it doesn't mean we can't do it, start it, but we've never allowed 24-hour crushing in a pit. And if you look at the chart, that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify a couple things from one of the speakers, just so it doesn't go unnoticed. So Diane Knoll had some questions related to the advance notice and the annual meeting and the secondary access. So I would ask the Planning Commission to consider adding a condition that the secondary access cannot be used for heavy equipment or hauling, and that a gate be installed. I don't think a sign would be necessary, because you don't want to encourage people to use that approach. And as to the advance notice to the neighbors, the applicant indicating that no blasting will occur, and that the state noise standard is measured by the MSHA, which is Mine Safety and Health Administration. And then secondly, in lieu of the annual meeting, the applicant will send a letter updating the neighborhood of the projects completed for the year and the plan for the upcoming year. So if you're okay with the last 2 statements I said, those would not be conditions. Those would be understood based on the discussion had tonight, and then you would add a condition related to the secondary access.
Very good. Very good. All right.
Mr. Chair, I just
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
I actually had notes about those 2 things too. Do we need to specify that there will never be blasting there, or is it understood that there will never be blasting there?
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that there's nothing to blast there.
That is correct. There's nothing to blast there.
It's that word would be removed from the, is it the application or?
I think by way of the conversation tonight, it was clear that it shouldn't have been part of the application to begin with.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Is that good, Cindy? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Great. Mr. Chair, it sounds as if I've gone and reviewed this table of what times have been operations throughout the county. And I think one of the things that I discussed with staff was that there are different housing densities in various parts of the county. And I live out in the country, and there are certain things that I expect living in the country, and when I go to visit family that live in town, there are things that I expect there. I think that these houses were in existence, quite a number of them, before this pit was even in operation. There was a comment made by the applicant's attorney that he believed the pit existed even in the 70s, and staff had told me that we have topographical pictures to show that that's not the case. There was not a pit in the 70s. There was a cement plant, but there wasn't a gravel pit. So I think that Leroy brings up a very good point about we need to have aggregate mining. That's no question. If we don't have that, we're not going to have roads and so forth. So that's part of the infrastructure pillar. But I also think that we need to take into consideration neighbors. So I would be in favor of passing the IUP, but I think we should maybe tame down the hours of operation. We should probably look at it for future operations also.
Thank you. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'll move to findings of fact. Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, should we talk about the hours of operation before we get to the findings of fact?
Sure. I understood that they had agreed to what the township was recommending, but yes, if we need to clarify, yes. Go ahead.
Well, I stated I'd be happy with what they currently have in the pit. You know, that's where I'll start, and we can work off of that.
Yep, I was kind of on the same page because that's why I was current hours. I was looking at, for those reasons, to see what is happening to date and maybe start with that. Would that be an option to consider?
Well, just for the record, which is, I believe, is different than what Albany Township was recommending, but.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I think in their original request last month, months of operation, I thought they wanted to start 1st of March. Am I correct on that?
Yep, so the months of operation, we
could change that.
Yeah, on the township recommendation, we talked about that as well, and we would like that changed from March until December. And the reason being, I mean, this happened just a year ago, this last spring, is if you have an early spring, we can get in there and start everybody moves their heavy equipment before road restrictions go on. So when the weather warms up and the frost comes out of the ground, you want to start working. Well, if the frost is out of the ground at the end of March, which this last spring it was, and we were potentially able to start a week or two early, and then with that, the reason that we thought that was an okay idea, and also the township thought that was an okay idea, is because in March, end of March, first part of April, nobody's outside cutting their lawn, and then it's the spring, right? It's a little wet outside, so people aren't exactly enjoying the summer yet. So that speeds up our process and it gets it going to get things done before it gets really nice outside in the summertime. And then the same with the fall time of the year. If you have a nice warm late fall, we can work into December if it's not froze yet or snow. But it's all weather dependent, and we don't know what every year is different. So that's why we tried to expand on the months.
Yeah, and as we talked about at the township level, it doesn't increase the total amount of work they're going to do at the pit. It just allows them to do that work either earlier or later if it comes up. And the other piece to that, March, people aren't outdoors. They often still have their windows closed. So if you can do it in the cooler weather earlier on, it actually imposes less burden on the neighbors. And as Jake mentioned, that they tend to do their jobs and get out. They're not working full-time over the summer.
So is it March 1st then through say December 15?
November 30th was what
November
the township.
30th?
Yeah.
So that, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'd be from the whole month of March and the whole month of December.
Whole month of December.
Yeah, yep, so from the 1st till the end of December.
Oh, yeah, it was
basically.
December.
Yeah, but usually by the first part of December, there's already frost, snow on the ground, so we can't work. And at the same thing, usually it's frozen and it's cold yet in March. But on the rare case where it isn't, then we have a chance to do that. And those early spring and late fall, those are the 2 times of the year that most people aren't out and about enjoying the summertime anyway. So that's really the ideal time to be out there working, because it's not as effective as to the neighbors, because like you said, you have the windows shut, the doors closed, and yeah.
Again, the township recommendation is different than what his previous operation has been.
Yeah.
What the township is saying is March 1st through December 31st.
Yeah. And then the same with the hours of operation are currently 6 to 8, like you have on the screen there. The reason they recommended 6 till 10 is because the neighboring property, the only other property that doesn't have the grandfathered in permit, which would be the Cutzer property directly to the north that butts up to our land, is 6 in the morning till 10 at night. So it's 2 hours longer than what we have. So that's why they went with that. That way the whole neighborhood's the same, basically. The people that aren't grandfathered in would be the same, 6 in the morning till 10 at night.
Does the other property have 24/7 flex?
The two properties on the east and west of us have, yeah, well, the ones east and west of us have 24 hours a day grandfathered in. The one to the north of us, or the Cutzer property, has 6 in the morning till 10 at night. They do not have the 14-day flex.
And the Cutts property has IUP. They have nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be on the,
It is.
scroll through the thing there, it should be on there.
Mr.
Yep.
Chair, could I ask staff to clarify? The Kotzer has 2 permits. Could you clarify? And one is 6 to 10, and one is, I believe, 6 to 8.
Let me make sure I'm looking at the right ones here. I believe this one closest,
I think you had it on the screen. I think
yeah,
I've seen
it is 6 to 10, yeah.
Yep, that's the one I'm referring to.
Right,
is
yeah,
one
that's
there.
the 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. for mining, April to November processing, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, April to November.
Yeah, it is what Jake stated.
And just for clarification, could you just tell us what, well, we know what crushing is, the processing part, just for the record, so everyone understands what the processing.
I think the applicant should discuss that.
Okay. It's 6 to 10 for processing.
Yep.
What
crushing.
exactly does that mean?
Crushing, it's the same thing. Crushing is processing. You know, when you're processing material, that's crushing. Hauling, so there's 2 separate items. On ours, I don't know if Cutzer has different terminology in theirs or what, but usually you have crushing and you have hauling. So I don't know.
They've got mining and processing on one of them.
I guess I don't know what the crushing is the crushing part, I guess. I don't know what the difference would, I don't know. None of the other ones have that, so I don't know what that does. I'm not sure.
Mr. Chair, Leroy, it's one and the same. I think it's just terminology and how the permits were written.
Tim Denke has one too, mining.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm looking at those hours of operation, and I'm wondering how many of those involve residential neighborhoods and what time they're closing at night. You know, I'm thinking when you get into October and first part of November, it's dark then around 6 o'clock. And I'm wondering, is that, do you want to hear those when you're inside at dark? Or, I mean, when you want to be relaxing a little bit, do you want to hear those backing up the beep, beep, beep of the vehicles and the crushing? How late into the night you want to hear that? There's no one there to hear it, that's not an issue.
And that's why when it's dark outside, there's nobody outside trying to do something outside. So if they're inside, they won't be able to hear the noise if they're inside, their doors and windows shut.
Starting in March, to me, starting earlier in March, before people are outside, before windows are open, does make some sense to me. But there are a number of conditions to this. I don't know if do we have a comfort level with, is there clarity on those conditions at this point?
Mr. Chair, I think there are with everyone but the hours of operation. I'm not clear on if we're at 6 to 8 or 6 to 10 now is where the consensus.
Mr. Chair, I would like to see us go from 6 to 8. I would like to exclude Saturdays, so I would be comfortable even with the extended months, March 1st to December 31st. but I think that operation shouldn't be going on a Saturday, not with the population density surrounding it.
So, so I hear 6 AM to 8 PM is what we're looking at Monday through Friday?
That would be what I would propose.
I would propose 6 till 8, Monday through Saturday.
Monday
So
through
I get-
Saturday, okay.
I mean, and we don't have to agree. I mean, we
Right.
can get a consensus and go from there.
And previous they had said, okay, Saturday. And we're extending, are we, March 1st to December 31st? Or
I'm in agreement with that.
Extending the months.
And I think,
So when people are suggesting 6 in the morning till 8 at night, you're saying hauling and processing? I mean, it's broken down, they shorten the time on hauling. So you're saying both operations go till 8 o'clock? I just want clarity.
Well, what I would suggest would be 6 AM to 7:30 for hauling. Actually, I think cutting back that time frame might be better, because you affect more than just the people that are a half mile from the pit or a quarter mile from the pit.
When you say cutting back, what,
So from
time?
6 AM to 7 PM for hauling, and then have crushing go 6 AM to 8 PM, but Monday through Friday. And hauling Monday through Friday.
oh, I think we should leave it at 7:30. But I was just trying to get clarity in the discussion, because people were saying 8 o'clock, and then I'm thinking, are you just talking about crushing, or are you talking about all activity? I mean, that just clarifies it for everybody. Yeah. So,
it would have, yeah, I mean, it would
so what do you want to do for clarification?
Could you just review what your last suggestion was for crushing, starting at 6 AM and ending at what time?
8 o'clock?
Yeah.
8 o'clock?
No,
So that's the,
I heard 7:30. Hauling and crushing, Monday through Saturday, 6 AM to 7:30 PM,
Monday through Saturday?
Monday through Saturday.
That's what some of us are
Yeah.
proposing. I just don't think that Saturday operations are necessary. If this was in western Stearns County, let's say by Belgrade, in my neck of the woods, I don't think that'd be a big deal. Because it's just, you don't have the population density. But that's changing, and it's gonna continue to change throughout the future.
I'm currently thinking Monday through Friday, 6 to 7:30 PM hauling, 6 to 8 PM crushing, Monday through Friday, no weekends, no holiday. March 1st to December 31st, day of operation, months of operation. So I'm also kind of considering no weekends.
I'm,
Mr. Chair, I'm thinking of noise ordinances that are usually out there for municipalities, townships, whatever, and we do have a representative from the township government still here. Your noise ordinance, does that allow a contractor that's building a building to work till 11 in the evening? We do not have a noise ordinance. You don't? It's a state ordinance. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, like the record state, a question was asked to Diane Knoll, and the township does not have a noise ordinance. And on the topic of noise ordinance, the state of Minnesota has a state noise standard. The county does not have a more restrictive, we're not allowed to. And so just clarifying that, but we can't pick up people when they're talking from the audience, so.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. So, state ordinance is 11, correct?
Mr. Chair, Member Blankish, are you asking for what the break of the daytime versus nighttime is?
There's
Because there's always
kind of a
noise.
general, that, you know, if you are a contractor that works on buildings, you can't start before 7 in the morning, but you have to be finished by 11 at night, which is pretty common. And I'm just looking at the timeframes that we're working with up here, and I just thought we just cut it off at 8 o'clock for both operation, for hauling and crushing, and done. It's clean. Otherwise, people maybe out in the communities, why is that crusher still going when their truck stopped hauling? So if we clarified the time frame, I think that might help to some degree. Any comments?
So you're suggesting 6 in the morning till 8 PM for both?
Yes.
Okay.
That's 6 days a week.
So Rich and I are in agreement.
So we're trying to establish consensus, I guess, on the hours of operation. 6 to 8, Monday through Friday, or 6 to 8, Monday through Saturday. So it's how many days a week? And if I understand it correctly too, the 14, 24-hour flex, that's off the table.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd be in favor of 24 hours a day.
So, again, that was just apparently a condition that was okay with the township.
Mr. Chair, I would prefer Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I'm still Monday through Friday.
And the hours 6 to 8.
And I'll be okay, 6 to 8.
And the activity, whether it's hauling or crushing,
That's correct.
would be acceptable. Okay,
That is correct.
all right. Well, we will have a vote soon. Let's, I don't know, do we need any more further discussion on it?
I think I'd like your opinion as well as Cindy's opinion on the hour. I mean, we may be able to get that taken care of right now. We can have a mini vote, if you will, on the hours, and then we can move forward.
I guess I'm comfortable with the, no, we're March 1st to December 31st, Monday through Saturday, 6 to 8, which is pretty consistent with what that has had. I am comfortable with that. Cindy?
I am comfortable with that also. I think I would be more comfortable with the hauling trucks stopping a little bit earlier. I would suggest maybe 7. But to not complicate it, I would be aligned with the 6 to 8, Monday through Saturday.
Very good. So, Monday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And all activities, hauling and crushing, would be available to them March 1st to December 31st. Is that what we got? I believe. All right. Any other of the conditions, are we clear? Staff, any that you think we need to clarify or nail down? Mr. Chair.
Do we need to make an official request in regards to the secondary access? That gets gated, and limitation is what size equipment goes through that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if the planning commission would like that condition added, it would state the secondary access cannot be used for heavy equipment or hauling. The primary access will require, the secondary access cannot be used for heavy equipment or hauling and will require a safety gate to discourage unauthorized entry.
We're good with that?
And that'd be condition number 13?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It seems like we're split on the Saturday. We've got some people that don't want anything on Saturday. We've got some people that want to go from 6 to 8 on Saturday. A good number of those pits operate from the morning till noon on Saturday. Is that anywhere we could come together on that?
Applicant? I'll ask.
Well, there's only so many days in the summer, and you got to use all the sunny ones. You can't do anything if it's raining outside, so that's why we asked to work Saturdays. Do we work every Saturday? No, we don't work every Saturday, but we just need as much flexibility and options as possible. Usually if we're working on a Saturday, that's because we didn't work on Tuesday, because it was raining or something. I mean, that's the reason for that, so.
I think that's why I'm comfortable with Saturday.
Yeah.
I would be okay with going, let's say, from 7 in the morning until 1 o'clock on a Saturday. We are expanding or proposing to expand the months of operation from what they had previously. And I think that at least gives the people that live in the vicinity a little bit more sanity, so to speak. So if we could split it to something like 7 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon on a Saturday, I could concede that point.
I'm on board with that too.
Thoughts on ending it on noon on Saturday? Kind of splitting hairs at this point.
Well, Mr. Chair, we have 2 commissioners here tonight. We should have them do some of the work, don't you think? They can change that their meeting because we're just going to recommend to them.
And I agree. This came up in the second item on our agenda tonight as far as, it is all over the board as far as hours of operation. And it would be, I don't disagree, it would be nice to try to create some consistency, if at all possible. But I understand certain industries are different, but
So could I ask the applicant, the efficiencies of closing down at noon, working 7 to noon?
Yep, so, opening till noon working until noon on a Saturday sounds good. The hardware store's open till noon or stuff like that, but our operation, it usually takes you a half hour, an hour to get things rolling in the morning. So you gotta fire up a generator, you gotta get all the belts turning and warmed up before you can actually put a scoop of gravel in the crusher. And the same with shutting it all down, you gotta empty it all out and you gotta shut everything down. It all takes time, so, it's with any processing plant. Once you get it rolling, you wanna keep it rolling as long as you can before you shut it off because it just takes so long to start up. It's not a turn the light on and we're open for business kind of thing. It's a process, so letting us work for 5 hours on a Saturday, you might as well just say we're working for 3 hours because it just takes that long to start up and shut down. So I guess we're making an awful lot of sacrifices here from what we originally proposed. So the 6-day-a-week thing would for surely be a minimum for us. I mean,
and I would acknowledge the compromise, and I would also just remind the board that we are pretty close in conformity to what the township was recommending, which carries some weight with me as well. So that would be all day Saturday.
Yes. I look at it like you gave the example, if you get rained out on Tuesday.
Yep.
and then say, oh, you can only work 5 or 6 hours on a Saturday, and you've got millions of dollars in equipment sitting idle for actually a day and a half instead of losing the one day.
Agreed.
I think Saturdays need to be full days for them.
I think in the interest of time, I am going to, I would like to move into the findings of fact.
Okay.
And we will vote accordingly. Is the proposal consistent with the zoning ordinance? Why or why not?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The proposal is consistent with Land Use Zoning Ordinance 439 in sections 4.18, 7.17, and 9.3.6. A mining operation is allowed as an interim use on an Ag 40 zoning district.
Thank you, Rich. Second, does the proposal conform to the comprehensive plan of the county? And I'd like to remind the board to state the applicable sections that you were referencing.
Mr. Chair, under the aggregate resource policies number 2 and 3, number 2 is manage aggregate resources to provide for the extraction of high quality aggregate prior to non-agricultural development of the site. Number 3 would be adopt regulations to minimize nuisances from aggregate extraction that affect developed areas and that ensure restoration of extraction sites to protect other natural resources and natural functions.
Any other comments on the comprehensive plan? Number 3, is the proposal compatible with the existing neighborhood? Why or why not?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would say that it's not compatible because from public testimony, but this is one of the regions that we talked about when we were doing the 2040 plan that is in transition, and we were going to run into these kinds of conflicts. So for the reasons that I stated, resident comments, we're in a tough spot to be.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would kind of take the other approach. It is compatible. There's like 4 gravel pits in the neighborhood. So if you look at it that way, it is compatible. And it's probably a good place to, unfortunately for the neighbors that live there, and I feel sorry for them, but to consolidate them in one area is probably better than having 4 in 4 different neighborhoods.
How has the applicant demonstrated that standards and criteria stated in the ordinance will be satisfied?
Mr. Chair, by the 13 conditions.
Yes, I would agree. Okay. Other issues pertinent to this matter, again, as I stated previous, with maybe minor exceptions, we are, as far as the hours of operation, we are in very close step with the township as far as their recommendation is concerned. Staff, there's some other federal, state, local permits. Do you want me to read these? All the things that are on the back side of the statement, finding of fact?
No, you can just call out if you think any of those other ones apply, and any of you can answer that, but you don't need to call out each item.
Okay. Any other issues, public health, safety, traffic, financial assurance, anything
Mr.
like?
Chair,
Yes.
you said you had to meet state qualifications in regards to dust control and noise, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all standard stuff there, that
okay, just wanted to
standard
bring that
guidelines
out.
for everybody in the industry.
Yep.
Okay. And I just want to, because of the discussion we had, I just want to, the hours of operation are one of the conditions. I could, staff, do you have what's your understanding of the hours of operation?
How about I make a motion? I'm sorry. Are we ready for a motion? Or do you have more?
Yes.
I will make a motion to approve this IUP with the 13 conditions and the hours of operation condition, which is number 2, would be 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Saturday, March through December. That's my motion.
Chair.
Has been made. Is there a second? Rich seconds it. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, and I understand we need to do a voice vote on this because we have somebody online.
Yes, we need to do a roll call, so if you're ready for that, I can call it out.
Okay.
Dave Knopfler,
Aye. Or yes.
Angie,
Aye. Yes.
Dave Ventured,
Aye.
Greg,
No.
Leroy,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
Cindy.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay. The motion passed, and it will be brought to the county commissioner meeting on February 17th, I believe is the date for that, so.
Oh, it'll be March 10th. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't update
Helps
that
to
in the
be-
staff
No, that was
report.
my bad, March 10th, I was in the wrong column.
February 17th was about a week ago, but.
Yeah, March 10th.
That would be
I
kind of a
believe.
trick, wouldn't it?
Mr. Chair,
My
just
bad, March 10th. Yep.
just for the members that are in attendance, so what that will look like at the county board is that item is listed on the consent agenda. And unless one of the members decides that they want it removed from the consent agenda, it would be that the county board would concur with what happened tonight. And so there will not be further notice sent. There won't be another public hearing on March 10th. If the board wants to have their own public hearing, that would be scheduled for sometime likely in April. And we would need a 60-day waiver from the applicant on that. So just to alleviate some calls, but anyone can call the office if they have questions.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Angie, I just got a question about road safety. You know, that's on that curve there. I don't know, is it adequately signed as far as trucks hauling or construction area? I'm just wondering, highway department, if we could have decent signage out there. I don't recall.
Mr. Chair, it is a township road and it's maintained by the township. They are the road authority. So if they feel or felt like their engineer needed to look at it for some particular safety concern or signage, then that would be up to the township.
Yeah, but I think we heard that testimony from residents that they're concerned about the trucks and speed in hauling, so, yeah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Persky, one of the conditions are truck hauling signs are required during hauling,
Okay.
during times of hauling.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, everybody. If the board would be okay, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, if that's okay. So we're adjourned for a 5-minute break. Let's try to be back in 8:10.
Yeah, I went out there twice.
The other gate was, we stayed up high.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured, oh, might get stuck going down there. We walked down there. Did you?
You know, there's.
That's a good question.
You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the first game of playoffs.
Okay, we will resume the meeting. Thank you for the patience. Before I read the applicant request for this next item, if there is anybody here that would like to give any public testimony, to complete a speaker card, and so you could start working on that now, that would be awesome. Just your name and the agenda item that you're referring to. This would be item number 2. Which is to consider an interim use permit request submitted by Knife River Corporation, North Central, Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, according to sections 4.18, section 6.17, and 93.6C of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance, number 439. The request is to continue operating, a concrete batch plant and asphalt mixing facility until December 31st, 2035. The property is in the agricultural A40 zoning district. The property is in part of the north 1/2, northeast 1/4 in section 11, and in part of the south 2 southeast quarter lying west of Island Lake Road and northwest of County Road 2 in section 2 of Wakefield Township 123/30. The property address is 24993 Island Lake Road, Cold Spring, Minnesota. Members who visited the site, where's my list? Cindy?
I did not.
Okay. I'm District 2. I have been there. This was brought before us previous, so I'm very familiar with the site. Greg?
Yes.
Okay. Dave?
Yes.
Leroy?
Yes.
Rich?
Yep.
Angie?
Yep.
Okay. And Mr. Persky? Where'd he go? He's not here. Okay. Staff report.
All right, so this is an interim use permit to continue operating an asphalt mixing facility and have a concrete batch plant in an existing gravel pit until December 31st, 2035. This is another request due to ownership change of the property, similar to the last one. The most recent permit that was issued out there was last summer in August. Again, was due to the ownership change. A new interim use permit for the mining operation was issued, and then it also allowed some expansion of that gravel pit too. Property is zoned agriculture 40. There's no wetlands within the vicinity of the proposed plants. We haven't gotten any complaints on this property. Access is existing and from Island Lake Road, which is a township road. The whole property is approximately 147 acres. All setbacks will be met. There's adequate space on site for parking. They're requesting hours from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, with maintenance allowed 24 hours per day. Sundays and holidays should be excluded. Informational signs required at the entrance to the plant, and a $5,000 financial guarantee will be required for removal of the equipment at the end of the life of the plant. Surrounding land uses are agricultural, land and rural residential lots. There's approximately 22 homes and 3 animal feedlots within a half mile. Also a church and a warehouse facility within a half mile of the property. Future land use map shows us as agricultural and rural area. Proposed conditions for this application. Number 1, set hours of operation. Again, they're requesting 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Maintenance 24 hours per day. Sundays and holidays should be excluded. Set a date the interim use permit would expire. They're requesting December 31st, 2035. Truck hauling signs are required during times of hauling. Recycled asphalt, pavement, and/or excess materials shall be removed upon completion of the operation, and the applicant shall maintain a financial guarantee in the amount of $5,000 to ensure that the temporary equipment and wrap be removed upon termination of the interim use permit. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. What's next? The applicant
Yep,
opportunity?
get the applicant information.
If you could state your full name and address, and you can comment.
Jeff Kramer, 20665 County Road 2, Cold Spring. So I was not the initial person to put this together. She was not able to make it. I just found out about this morning. So I'm going to do my best to answer these questions. I did read through this and I understand what they're asking for. It's just really a continuation of exactly the permit that I had when I previously owned the property. And it looks like with a modification of hours. Outside of that, it's exactly what was currently approved for the property. I believe this was actually started last year.
Correct. Yeah, the application was originally submitted last summer, and then it was on hold to get some legal questions answered, and now we're moving forward with it again.
I did have a question. The hours of operation, requesting to operate 5 a.m. to 10, Monday through Saturday, and maintenance 24 hours per day. What does that, what does that mean?
My understanding would be if the asphalt plant needs maintenance, they could do that work in the off hours, the non-running hours.
Okay. And so you're talking about just the equipment repairs,
oil
maintenance?
changes, things like that. So it would not be running equipment with backup alarms, and there would be lights so they could see what they're working on, but not lights that would be moving all around. It should be fairly minimally invasive from outside of the pit. The pit is 25 to 30 feet below the road surfaces with substantial berms around the site.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Jeff, would that maintenance also include doing welding with the generator running in the middle of the night?
Potentially, it could, yes.
Okay.
The generator for a welder would be much different than a generator for an asphalt plant. It'd be much smaller. It'd be a gas engine versus a 500 horsepower diesel engine.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Then, Jeff, you're requesting 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., 6 days a week then?
That's what the application
Right,
says.
and the present hours are what?
The mining permit that was approved is on the front page. 7 to 7 Monday through Friday, 7 to 2 on Saturdays. The previous existing asphalt concrete plant permit mirrors that.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant?
Jeff, if I may ask, what are the reasons for the change in timing?
My understanding is if Knife River gets a job, they want to have the availability for the asphalt plant to run longer hours. Like, similar to the last applicant, short season, try to put out as much as you can with the limited amount of days that you get in a season.
Additional questions? I have a question for staff. In the preceding IUP, was there any complaints by any of the residents? There's 6 houses on the edge of that pit.
We have not received any written complaints about the operation, mining, or asphalt on this property.
Mr. Chair, Member Fredericks, I think there was a weed or something complaint from the township on the berms at one point, but that was rectified years ago. No complaints from neighbors.
Mr. Chair, in the past, I've tried to be very proactive working with the neighbors. We had a committee. I think there was 3 of the neighbors and myself. So anytime there was a complaint, if there was a complaint, they could call. Everybody had my number. They still have my number. I've always tried to make myself fully available if there ever was a complaint. I've never received a complaint where we had to meet out there.
Good. All right. I do have, I would ask for, I'm sorry, was there somebody else? I'm sorry. Public testimony, I do have a card, Cyril Erkins. Sir, if you just come to the podium and just share your name, state your name and your address, please.
Hi, my name is Cyril Erkins. I live at 14466 248th Street. That is on the southeast edge of the mine. We lived there for over 51 years, and we've seen a lot of changes over the years. When Kramer first got the permit to start this mine, it wasn't what our neighborhood wanted. The mine permit is right in the middle of a residential area. Kramer did a good job on noise, light, and dust control. Now it is Knife River doing this work. The last year or so for the cement plant, the light control could be better, and that's since the last many months, and I just talked to Jeff about it, and he's going to take care of that. Concrete and asphalt, when Kramer had it, wasn't that at all, other than heavy traffic on County Road 2 and some extra pit noise. I hope Knife River will do the same as previous as Kramer. Remember, this is a residential area, neighborhood, and it was that way before the first permit was allowed. So keeping noise, dust, and light, air quality in control. One thing I would like to ask, if however this meeting turns out, that I could get a copy of what we are approved of tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any public testimony? Any further public testimony? Going once? Twice? 3 times? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did get some correspondence from the township, so I can share that now. Wakefield Township Planning Commission met last night and discussed the upcoming Knife River IUP meeting coming up on February 26th. Wakefield Township recognizes that we currently hold a $75,000 surety bond from Knife River for the maintenance and repairs for the south portion of Island Lake Road from the pit entrance at 24993 Island Lake Road to County Road 2. Wakefield Township will not ask for additional surety amount at this time, but will rely on the surety bond funds if repairs are necessary to the affected portion of Island Lake Road due to the batch plant and asphalt mixing facility or general mining. Wakefield Township also respectfully requests that the southernmost driveway at 24993 Island Lake Road continue to be used for all hauling in and out of the pit nearest to County Road 2, with no hauling routes to the north on Island Lake Road, leaving or entering the pit. They also requested that the applicant build up the berm on the southeast end of the pit along County Road 2 to eliminate driving distractions of drivers on County Road 2. And then also ensure that the applicant continues to maintain noxious weed control on the berms.
Thank you. Jeff, if I could ask, are you on staff now with Knife River?
Correct.
Okay. You were the previous owner.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And could I ask what your position is with Knife River?
My title is Minnesota Business Development Manager, but I think what that means is I do anything that they ask me to do.
All duties as assigned. Understood. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Now I lost my spot. Commission members, any questions or discussion for staff or the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Kramer. What will be your involvement with this pit? I mean, I assume when you owned it, you had your thumb on with the neighbors and such. Will you have any involvement with this pit once it's permitted and up and running by Knife River? Or is that handed off to someone else?
Currently, I can certainly continue to be the contact. I would like to add another person from the Knife River team if we were going to set up some sort of a committee, so I'm not bound to it solely. Just try to start building it, kind of a multiple deep and wide team so everybody has multiple contacts.
Well, the reason I ask is it sounds like you've done a good job, running the pit in the past, and I'm wondering, is that going to continue? Are you going to, if you have involvement with it and have, a little say on how it's going to be operated, then I'd feel better about approving this.
Yes, I have no intention on not being a part of it. Knife River's goal is, and I believe always has been, to be good neighbors. That was my goal and focus as well. I live in Cold Spring, so I have the benefit of knowing Cyril. Went to school with one of his daughters, so I know the neighbors. I currently own actually the first house that butts up to the pit. I know everybody that lives in, all 6 of them, so I own 1, the 5 others, I know all of them. So, yes, I can make myself available, will make myself available to be a good neighbor and continue to do so.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And Angie, I'm going to ask you this. So then, and Mr. Kramer, so then you live at one of those houses that's on the diagram there?
I do not live at it, I own it.
Oh, you own it, okay. But there was folks that live in that area. We haven't heard any concerns about the operation from them. So can I assume that they're very much okay with the process and what's going on there?
I would not want to speak for them, but
Okay.
I believe everybody's had ample notification. This has been on the docket since really, I believe, July of last year. And so it's been to Planning Commission for the mining permit and then to the board with I believe nobody had any comments, maybe Cyril.
Right, and that was my question for Angie, was then they had notification about it, correct? Okay.
They should have had at least probably 3, right? Because this was pulled once. So yeah, again, I don't want to speak for them. I've never had a negative response from any of them, but if they have that, I can't tell you that they do or do not. Right?
I do have a follow-up question. Did all 3 applications, this has been going on for a while, have 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, or they were all 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.? And when did this, I guess that's...
So the permit that was issued last July for mining, their application from Knife River actually asked for 24 hours a day. And the Planning Commission gave them what the previous permit that was on the pit had, which was the 7 to 7, Monday through Friday, 7 to 2 Saturdays. So yeah, they had asked for 24 hours. It's not what they got. And yeah, now they asked for 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is not what had been asked in the past.
So when have they first time asked for 5 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
It would be this application is the first time they've asked for those hours.
Today, this application. This wasn't a year-long process or asking the same thing. And okay.
So have people been notified of the new hours of operation and been able to give input to those new hours?
They were notified of the public hearing and where they can find the information online that has it stated in there, but so they would have had to go look for that potential change in hours of operation. That wasn't part of the notice that's sent out, but they provided a link to all the information in the packet online if they wanted to peruse it.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, I believe you said there was no public written testimony or comments at all, right, received?
Correct. The only thing I received was from the township.
Yep, thank you. Okay. Well, we've heard public testimony. There was no written testimony. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Leroy?
Second that.
Rich is second it. Any further discussion about the application?
Mr. Chair, it would seem to me that it would make sense that the people that live near the pit didn't have any complaints because the operator, owner at the time had a good relationship with them. But also, I think the hours of operation were fairly reasonable. And to me, it seems like with this new IUP, the hours of operation are being dramatically expanded. And they don't really even match up with the mining permit, which was from last year. So to me, it makes kind of sense to have those operations mesh, be at the same time frame.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes.
point of operation. We need to vote on the motion to
Oh,
close.
I'm sorry. You are correct. I thought maybe that's what I was doing, but maybe it wasn't very clear. Well, I guess I'm following the script. There was a motion made and seconded. All in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? I forgot to call the question. Sorry about that. All right. So public hearing is closed. Now, is there any further discussion? Thank you. I know this this transition came up previously to this board, and my impression of how Jeff has run the business, and I hope and believe that Knife River will be the same good neighbor. It was very favorable, as I recall. Just they've been there a long time. It's been operating there for a long time, and we've had very few complaints, as I recall, on how they do business. Any other discussion?
When, just a point of clarification, when did Knife River become the operator?
May 11th,
Of 2025?
yes, of 2025.
Further discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to move to findings of fact. Again, this is a interim use permit application that will go before the county board on March 10th. Maybe get that right. Is the proposal consistent with the zoning ordinance? Why or why not?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the proposal is consistent with the land use zoning ordinance 439, sections 4.18, 6.17, and 9.3.6. A temporary concrete batch plant and asphalt mixing facility is allowed in an interim use in the Ag 40 zoning.
Thank you,
District.
Richard. Number two, does the proposal conform to the comprehensive plan of the county? If so, please list the applicable sections.
Mr. Chair, I believe it does. Under aggregate resource policies, number 2, manage aggregate resources to provide for the extraction of high-quality aggregate prior to agricultural development of the site. And also number 1 probably would apply as well. Locate high-quality aggregate resources to guide protection and utilization activities.
Any further comments on the comprehensive plan? Okay. Number 3, is the proposal compatible with the existing neighborhood? Why or why not?
Mr. Chair, I would say it's compatible with the existing neighborhood, past history, and a good working relationship with the neighbors and the previous owner. And Knife River has a good reputation of maintaining a good operation.
Agreed. Number 4, how has the applicant demonstrated that standards and criteria stated in the ordinance will be satisfied? Excuse me.
Mr. Chair, by the 5 conditions, one of which I would like to revisit when we get that far.
Okay. Any other issues pertinent to this matter? There was input from the township that was shared by staff. Any other issues related to environmental concerns, public safety, public health?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Greg, did you have any concerns about the hours of operation? You mentioned that, but then we circled back to the vote.
Joe, I think we were going to address that when we got to the recommendation portion.
But
okay,
we can do that now if we're ready.
Yeah.
In terms of making a motion to,
Well,
hours of our, a discussion about.
Mr. Chair, if we're done with the findings of fact, I just want to bring up that I'm not comfortable with, having maintenance 24 hours a day out there. Because we've dealt with that in Avon Township with Knife River and their generators running 24 hours, in the middle of the night, and that kind of disturbs people. And given the close proximity of the neighbors here, I think the goodwill in the neighborhood is based on the hours that have previously been set out at that pit. And I for one would be okay with keeping those same hours.
I'm leaning in that direction. That's why I asked question, when was this 5 a.m. to introduced? And it seems to be very recent change proposed.
Jeff, would there be a reason that you would need or 24 maintenance period?
I think you could probably restrict the maintenance some. If you looked at the other asphalt plant IUPs, I believe the hours are pretty consistent through the county with other plants that Knife River currently operates. There's a lot of 5:30 to 8.
So, Mr. Chair, the list that you have, the page I have showing on the right-hand side column, those are expiration dates. So the only current ones that we have are the one that we're talking about tonight, and then one out in Crow Lake Township. Typically, asphalt plants and concrete plants are just for a season. That was kind of it's really how it happened for about 20 years. And maybe the last couple of years now, we've had some applicants ask for longer periods of time, such as this. I think that should weigh into your consideration on, giving a 5 a.m. startup time for 10 years compared to if it's a, 94 job that's going to take a couple weeks. That's a different situation. So anyway, these are the only ones that we have currently.
Yeah, the 24-hour maintenance window does concern me a little bit. I think we had, I think we had talked previously about the potential for lighting and things like that to do the repairs that could be disruptive to the neighborhood. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with a 24-hour window, but maybe there's something else we could do that would protect the neighborhood, but allow Knife River to conduct business.
Would it be reasonable if they had the hours of 7 to 7, you gave them a maintenance time frame like an hour before and an hour after? Is that feasible?
It's ultimately your guys' decision, but, this is what we were asking for, and that would be significant reduction from what the ask is. I would maybe, so the 10 years, if I can just mention that, when I came in 2024, I actually applied for a 5-year, and this board moved it to a 10-year to eliminate having to keep redoing these. So maybe it would be a good idea to say it's 7 to 7 with the exception of a certain number of days of year, because as Angie stated, there are larger projects. Stearns County bids a job that is in close proximity and it can be paved out of this pit. That only takes a certain number of days. That wouldn't take the perpetual 10 years. Does that make sense? So maybe there's a window in each season that would allow X number of days at these hours, but then the other days it would revert back to.
And I obviously I'm not in your business, so what would that maintenance look like, or more importantly, sound like? I mean, are we talking like banging on metal? Or are we talking about greasing equipment that would have very minimal noise? So what kind of maintenance do you need to do, and how loud is it? I don't know if that's a fair question or not.
Yeah, so, it could vary wildly from just simply changing a bearing or dumping some oil out of an engine and putting new oil in, which would be very quiet, probably nobody would notice, to it, something could catastrophically break and it would take welding and banging and torching and.
Would that not be something you'd want to do in the daytime anyway, or not necessarily?
It could, but the goal is when the plant gets set to put out as much as you can in the shortest period of time as possible. So if it breaks, the maintenance crew comes in and fixes. So a truck breaks down, a tow truck, and haul it to a shop. You close the door and people can work in there 24 hours a day and nobody knows the difference. The truck rolls out in the morning and it's back on the road. An asphalt plant, you're not going to disassemble it to haul it somewhere to fix it to bring it back. So that's where the need arises.
And you've been operating, you maybe have been allowed to do maintenance 24 hours a day when you owned it.
Yeah, so I did not personally operate asphalt plants.
Okay.
We did have multiple asphalt plants in this exact pit throughout the time that I owned it, but it would have been for shorter periods of time. So we had a 5-year, it expired, we came in for another 5-year, the board recommended it and approved a 10-year. And that was April 16th of 2024. And because of the ownership change is why we're here.
Mr. Chair, a point of clarification. So you didn't own asphalt plants, but they operated within your pit.
Correct.
When they were doing that, did they have 24-hour access for maintenance?
I don't believe the maintenance was ever specifically addressed. It was just the operation.
And Mr. Chair, we never, if it did happen, we never heard about it. So it's hard to say.
If a farmer's tractor breaks down in the field, is he limited to repairing it until 4:30 at night, 6:30 at night, 9:30 at night? What's the limit there?
Mr. Chair, I can respond to that. If you're working with a crescent wrench or a socket set, and that's the work that you're doing, and you're below that berm, does anybody care? But if you're boring and pounding or cutting metal, okay, that's disturbing the neighborhood, then it becomes an issue. Same thing would be if somebody's breaks down on the road. If they're, you know, stuck and they're going to change their tire, you know, if they're working a wrench in front of my house, I could care less, okay? But if they're hammering for several hours, that's an issue for me, so.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Mr. Persky.
Okay.
I think that it's really up to this board to try to define that.
Right. I have a question though for Angie. Angie, can we provide special permits at times when we have a special project coming on? When there's a need for asphalt that goes beyond operations, let's say over a 10-year period? So when a road project comes in, can't we grant special permission so that you could have special hours for the asphalt?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Persky, I think that's what Jeff is saying.
Yes, and so what I'm saying though, but if we're going to go 5 to 10, that's going to be 5 to 10 for 10 years, okay? And that will be any activity that's going on within the pit, or just the asphalt?
The application in front of us right now is for the asphalt and concrete plant.
Okay.
Only. This is not, the mining permit was approved by Stearns County on August 12th of 2025 for mining operations.
Okay, so then there'll be no mining going on until 7 o'clock?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just wondering why we would necessarily extend those hours unless we have a special need where we really would want the cookers going at that, you know, continuously.
Well, Mr. Chair, if that's the case, then I think Knife River comes back with an application and asks for a different time.
Correct.
We can't anticipate what projects are going to happen in the next 10 years and who's going to get the bid and where's, you know, we're going to be here all night otherwise.
I agree.
I guess I've given the good neighbors that they've been, unlike the previous application, they were looking at crushing and hauling 24/7. Obviously, that did not go through that way, but, you know, with the reputation that they have, and we're talking maintenance, I guess I could support allowing them to be able to do maintenance 24 hours a day if that was necessary. But I think it would make.
I'm sorry,
Yes, go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair.
Cindy, yes.
Can I ask Mia here on the wall, can I ask a question? I do see that there is another Knife River on this list that has a 24-hour equipment maintenance clause. But it says unless complaints. So can we include that unless complaints? And then I guess my second question would be, how are those complaints monitored?
Mr. Chair, yes, I do specifically remember that one when that was issued. It was we'll allow 24 hours, but if we get any complaints, then you're done. You can't operate 20 or maintain 24 hours a day. And that would be written complaints to our department. Like we take all of our complaints. If a neighbor calls and we talk through, they send me an email that says, hey, they were maintaining banging loud 3 a.m. Then we would contact Knife River and deal with it.
And I think that's what I was advocating for when this came to us previous, was to have the two Knife River projects be consistent. And That's, I could support that.
Mr. Chair, the other one is in Millwood Township, which is up by Melrose. So it's a little more rural than
Yeah,
this, but
I understand.
just a point of clarification.
And is the other one for 10 years?
I think that was just a 1-year permit. It's expired now.
It's already expired, yes.
Yeah.
Well, if it's written the same. Well, if it's written the same as the one that just expired, that if there's any complaints about maintenance being too noisy,
I would be good with that.
then
I'd be good with that.
they're issued a cease.
Would it be ceasing doing maintenance?
Ceasing doing the maintenance
After the-
24. They'd have to do it during operating hours.
And the
That's what the expired one pretty much stated.
Does the hours of the Millwood location work at yours?
Yeah. You're asking for if there's complaints to
Yep.
have to stop the maintenance?
Right.
Yeah, I think that would be a good neighbor thing to accept. As far as the hours, if the thought process is to restrict it back similar to the mining, I would just ask one more time if there's maybe a 30 or 45 day window of each season that we could run from 5 to 10, because again, that's not the normal. It's for the specific job, and those only come by once or maybe twice a season that it makes sense out of a location.
Yes, you were asking for a 5 a.m. start.
It's 5 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yep, not 6. Yep, got it.
So I would just ask if if the thought process is restricted to the 7 to 7, I would ask that, could we get a number of days each season that we could run the 5 to 10 for those bigger jobs and not have to tie up county resources and everybody's time coming back, public hearing, because we would have to do a public hearing every time we wanted to extend that for any specific job.
So, Mr. Chair, we're talking about putting a conditional thing on about maintenance. So if there's no complaint, they can continue doing maintenance 24 hours. Let's say we granted a 45-day window where they have the expanded operations. But if there's a complaint, they have to cease working those operations and just stick within the 7 to 7 window and the 7 to 2 window on Saturday, which is what the mining is doing.
Where did that go? Well, the operation, currently, where they're asking for 5 a.m. to operate. Yeah.
To operate the asphalt and concrete plant, correct. The mining is different, so typically you would go in, crush your materials, put them up on a pile. The asphalt plant would move in and then consume those piles and haul them out into, onto the projects, the asphalt.
So the maintenance would be 24 hours. They could do maintenance anytime.
As long as they didn't have a complaint.
Correct.
We
as
would
long as
make
they didn't
that-
have a complaint.
And
But we're giving them an additional hour, allowing them to start earlier than previous, 1 hour.
And what Jeff is recommending, or at least what I heard you say, was could you do those hours, 5 a.m. till 10 p.m., for like a 45-day window within a season? Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, so ask one is per the request. Ask two would be if you're looking to cut the hours back, instead of just saying it's 7 to 7, then ask two would be, could the compromise be we get 45 or 60 days throughout the season that we can run the longer hours? But again, ask one is per the application that was submitted.
I feel like we're complicating this.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to try to uncomplicate it.
Yes, please.
I was looking through the list, and it seems like the western townships and the western part of the county, they have longer hours. And most of them on the eastern part of the county have like 6 to 8, 6 in the morning till 8 p.m. And I'd be okay with the 24-hour maintenance unless there's a complaint. So that's what I'm proposing, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
I can go along with that.
I see Saturdays are not 6 to 8 p.m., right? For the Eastern, they are cut around noon or 1 o'clock, 12:30.
And just to add, I'd say 6 days a week for that as well, because they're not going to be in there all summer long with the asphalt plant. I would assume that'll run for a few weeks on a road project and be done.
Yeah, again, it's all based on workload. There might be a season where there's not even an asphalt plant that ever comes in there.
Right.
All right.
So that's my proposal, 6 in the morning till 8 p.m. and 6 days a week for the asphalt plant, and then 24 hours a day for maintenance.
Yep, okay, very good. All right.
Unless there's a complaint.
All right. With that amended condition, I would entertain a motion to approve or deny the IUP that's been submitted. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion with the hours of operation that Leroy just stated.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, okay. And we got to do a roll call.
Roll call. Dave Knopfler,
Yes.
Angie,
Yes.
Dave Bentrude,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Leroy,
Yes.
Rich,
Yes.
Cindy.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. This will go to the county board March 10th. So, thank you.
Thank you much.
All right. Item number 3, I believe we have Mr. Pauls and his 2 partners. Are they here? You want to just make your way to the front? And I'll also like to offer up, if you're anticipating giving public testimony on this issue, there's a card. We'd ask you to fill that out and provide it to staff so we can give you that opportunity at the appropriate time. I will read the permit request here, and that will be that will open the public hearing on this matter. To consider an interim use permit request submitted by Trent and Krista Pauls, Belgrade, Minnesota, according to sections 4.18, 6.17, and 9.2.10D, and 9.6.6C of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance number 439. The request is to operate a ready-mix concrete plant until November 2028. The property is in the agriculture, excuse me, the property is in the agricultural 40A40 zoning district. The property is in part of the northeast quarter, southeast quarter, and in part of the southeast quarter, northeast quarter, lying east of State Highway 4 in Section 3 of Lake Henry Township. The property address is 25536 State Highway 4, Belgrade, Minnesota. Members who visited the site, where's my list? Cindy?
I did not.
Oops. Good grief. Siri's listening to our conversation. Crazy. I did not. I was on vacation until this morning. Greg?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Leroy?
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Angie?
Yes.
And Joe, do we ask you if you visited too?
I did.
For the record? All right. Okay. Staff report.
Okay, so this is an interim use permit for a ready-mix concrete plant for approximately 3 years. The property is not within any overlay districts or areas of concern. There's no wetland on the property. There is a wetland on the adjacent property. Our wetland staff did review that. Main concern of the Wetland Conservation Act would be sedimentation of the wetland. Based on the application, it appears they'll have a settling basin set up to manage this issue. And to comply with state permits, no water or sediment is allowed to leave the property. Road access is from State Highway 4. They do have approval from MnDOT to use the existing approach for the concrete plant. Lot area is 8.8 acres. The concrete plant will meet all required setbacks. There's adequate room on site for parking. Proposed hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Saturday, April through November. Sundays and holidays should be excluded. An informational sign is required at the entrance, and a $5,000 financial guarantee will be required to ensure removal upon expiration of the permit. Surrounding land uses are agricultural and rural residential lots. There's 5 homes and 2 animal feedlots within a half-mile of the property. Properties in the agricultural, rural with natural resources overlay on the county's comprehensive map. Proposed conditions, set hours of operation. Again, they're requesting 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday, April through November. Sundays and holidays should be excluded. Set a date the interim use permit would expire. They're requesting November 2028. Truck hauling signs are required during times of hauling. Equipment and excess materials shall be removed upon completion of operation. The applicant shall maintain a financial guarantee in the amount of $5,000 to ensure that the temporary equipment and excess material be removed upon termination of the interim use permit. The concrete plant and storage areas shall be screened in accordance with Section 7.24 of Ordinance 439. A screening plan for the west and south sides of the concrete plant and storage areas shall be submitted and approved by the department prior to moving equipment on site. A financial guarantee in the amount of 125% of the cost to implement the screening plan shall be submitted. And that's all that I have.
Thank you. Applicant, if you could state your name and address for the record, and you feel free to add to or seek clarification from staff on anything presented.
Trent Pauls, 640 Coronas Avenue, Painesville, Minnesota.
Okay.
Bruce Nemitz, 5115 150th Street, Clearwater, Minnesota.
Yeah. Anything you'd like to add? Okay. Okay. Questions, comments?
I'm curious about why here and what are we going to do with this plant? I mean, there's no, you got to haul all the material in the way it looks.
Yes. Just kind of supply the area, local area with concrete.
But just for 3 years?
I was told that's the max I could do on this permit.
Okay. Could I ask staff if that's,
Well, it's only allowed, because of his lot size being less than 10 acres, he can only ask for a temporary concrete plant, not a permanent one. So there needs to be a time frame. So in discussions, we kind of came up with ask for 3 years, and so that's what his application indicated.
what happens after 3 years?
It would all need to be removed. The equipment and excess material would all need to be removed or potentially reapply if he wants to continue on the property.
And that would be for another 3 years?
Well, the planning commission, Mr. Chair, could change it at that time. This was noticed for 3, so you couldn't go beyond 3 tonight. I think the hesitation that we had as a department is we haven't had an application come forward for a concrete batch plant before, not in a gravel pit that's not part of a road project. So this is a new concept, and therefore that's why we were recommending it just for a period of 3 years to see how it's going to work.
Okay.
Do we have any indication of how many other ready-mix plants are within the area?
Mr. Chair, Member Fredericks, I do not. Maybe the applicants could speak to that.
I guess I'm being honest, does it really matter?
Well, it sounded like initially why you wanted to do it was to provide lower cost concrete. So I wondered what you
Yeah,
had in terms of competition.
start a business and, you know, supply concrete to customers, sell concrete.
Any further questioning for staff or applicant at all?
I do have a question.
Yep, good.
I'm looking at your diagram of the plan, and can you tell me what a washout hole, what that purpose is, what that does?
So like at the end of the day, when you wash out the truck with water, you dump the wastewater into a hole. And obviously here I'll have 2 where be a settling pond, and then in the second one, clean water will, as it fills, clean water will transfer over to that pond where I would be recycling that water back into it.
Is that the washout hole lined at all?
No.
So I looked up what was considered a best use practice by the MPCA. And on construction sites, when people are using a washout tub, it's actually sealed. And one of the things you have to do is pump out the water, and then it has to evaporate because it's very caustic. It's highly alkaline. You're in an ag area, so I'm kind of wondering why you wouldn't want to have that washout hole lined with plastic, which would follow the MPCA's guidance.
I guess I'm doing the same thing as every other ready-mix company or plant in the state of Minnesota that I know of. Dump it in a hole, and as it fills your material, you haul the raw material out as it fills up. Off-site, where we'd be getting our material from, and they'd run it through, you know, they can crush concrete, anything as a binder.
Staff, are you aware of?
Mr. Chair, perhaps the applicant can talk about the state permits that are required and how he intends to meet those requirements. And we're not in the business, so we don't understand that. So I think that might help the Planning Commission understand what those state permits cover and how he is planning to meet those.
So when I called the state, they said it doesn't really pertain to me since it's not over an acre that I'm doing, and I'm not near a lake or a river or a creek. So the ponds are big enough, because I mean, I'm not producing thousands of yards a day. I mean, the ponds are big enough from what they showed, what I showed them on pictures and dimensions, that depth and everything, it can't, unless we get 20 inches of rain, that'd be the only way it could really run over.
So when I was on the property, you don't have a wetland on it, but downhill from it, crossing someone else's farmland, there is a wetland and a creek that ultimately goes into the Sauk River.
Well, I'm just going off what the, state said, is I'm not close enough. They didn't say a river, anything like that. And I'm less than an acre of what I'm doing, and I'm not stripping or mining anything as well.
That is one of our conditions for, I believe, to comply with the state?
It's not currently listed as a condition, but it can be added.
I also, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I also did some research in regards to state regulations in regards to lining the washout pit. And they did not determine at what point you didn't need to line it. It just says you need to put in a leak-proof facility. And however that can be achieved, if it's by lining it with clay or whatever would keep it from permeating down. And just thinking, you know, to protect yourself. You know, even though you got a verbal things, right, was over the phone, I would do something to protect myself. Because if there ends up being something later down the road, let's say you're 20 years into the business and all of a sudden somebody comes through and say, hey, how come this isn't lined? And then there you are. So I would just, I mean, I would look it up like I did too, and I thought, oh gosh, okay, because I didn't see it in the proposal. And then I was glad to hear that you were going to deal with the concrete solids, because they spell it out as if you accumulate half a cubic yard of solid waste, you have to deal with that. So you already have that in motion, so good.
Are there Stearns County environmental permits that regulate commercial site per se? It's not a construction site. I'm not sure what that 1 acre applies, not over 1 acre.
There's no county permits
No county,
related
so it will
to
be
that.
state
It would
permit.
be state permits.
So it will be state permits that will be maybe a condition to consider.
Yes, but member Tomovich, I think I heard that the applicant saying he doesn't need the state permit coverage. So, well, I think as member Blankish stated, to get something in writing from them.
Yes, yeah, that's what I meant. Yep.
I think that would be helpful.
I would protect yourself.
Reasonable. So would that be a condition we're going to add?
I would say yes. I think that would be pretty important.
All right. I will move to public testimony. I have a card here. Ryan Clausen, if you'd like to come up and. If you could state your full name and your address, please.
Ryan Clausen, residing at 34059 260th Street, Belgrade, Minnesota.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I submitted the card to gain more information about this project, because it's slightly unusual in history to open up a ready-mix operation on heavy soil. I farm quite close to this operation, or proposed operation. No real concerns other than just the environmental aspect of it. So, it's a pretty high water table in that area, which fluctuates. So I agree with proposed possible liner or whatever meets criteria of making sure that there's no issues.
Yeah, and I think we heard from the applicant that it's a smaller operation, at least right now, and it's nothing is really required by the state, but you know, we're talking about a condition that to confirm that is the case.
That's all.
Okay. All right. Any other public testimony? Any other public testimony? Yeah. Yeah, come on up. Yeah, if you could just, step to the podium and give us your name and your address, please.
My name is Ron Spanier. I'm going to be honest with you. I got a letter in the mail about a ready-mix plant. So I'm the crowd back here might not like it, but I was kind of glad that this was the last one. So I was able to read this documentation and Google what a temporary ready-mix plant is. I didn't realize there was such a thing. And I apologize. Did I say my address? My name's Ron Spanier. My address is 32052 County Road 130, Paynesville, Minnesota. I own the property, the cropland that surrounds that acreage. I'll be honest with you, I came here kind of open, just to kind of learn, but I guess I do have a lot of questions. Now you're saying this is going to be less than 2 minutes. I'm going to warn you, it's going to be longer than 2 minutes. I got a number of concerns. Could you pull up that map again? Yeah, I'm going to talk pretty loud. I think I do a lot of speaking. I work for a crop insurance company. This can't be the scale. That's how big the ready mix plant is in 8 acres?
Mr. Chair, no, that box is just an approximation of where it's going to be. The survey in the packet shows what it'll actually be.
Don't quote me on this, but my brother and I attended a meeting. They had expanded. I know the guy that rents the buildings, Dwayne Hulkren. I haven't been in the barn to count the cows, but he tells me he milks about 110 cows. I have an arrangement with him as far as getting the manure. I called him because I said, well, are you not going to be milking cows anymore? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, I think there's a ready mix plant going in the yard there. And so that's why I come to this meeting. I actually did visit with Trent to find out, I guess they're still going to milk cows there. But I own the property that surrounds that. I also own this wetland. Write a story about that. Okay, this acreage and all my farm land, I farm roughly about 320 acres. Roughly 320. I mean, if it's got to be, I'd have to go to FSA to get to the decimal point if you want the exact acres. I don't want to be accused of perjury. But my 2 farms are EQIP certified. I've been actively enrolled in cover crop the last 7 years. I'm going to be honest with you, you can't make a living on 300 acres if you're going to crop farm. So I work for a crop insurance company. This is my 36th year. Work for AgriSample. I also am a substitute bus driver. I mean, I'm going to lead into my story with the bus driving because I have a question on Highway 4. But I guess the question that I have, if you blow this up, if your ready mix plant is that big, you had a sketch, or Trent did a sketch map, and he forgot this, there's a pond here. Well, here's the actual manure pit. I don't have a problem if, that's a sealed basin, but they're going to continue to milk cows. I wish they'd continue to milk cows. I'm an avid supporter of a dairy farm. I'll remember the day when we sold our cows on March 15th of 2000, and I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to write a book. I'm sorry. But my question being is, okay, you have that square. I'm just trying to visualize how you could milk 110 cows. I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how much setback is from the property line.
So the survey here shows the 100-foot property line setbacks, shows the plant area, the driveway, proposed driveway.
Okay, I'm concerned on the south because manure runs downhill. There's a drop to the east.
Mhm.
How far setback is that, I guess? Because I'm in the process of working, of putting a berm in on my land, and I know the topography of the land. There's a lot of runoff that comes there, and I guess I'm concerned with some as far as you say about this catch basin. Well, we're going to flip back to the other picture. I'm sorry. But there's the manure pit, and I'll try to talk loud, and there's this hole here. I work with the renter, excellent farmer, hard worker. Love the guy, good guy to work with. I had filed a complaint with him a couple years ago regarding manure runoff. far as the runoff, okay?
Mr. Clausen, if I could just.
He's got that corrected.
If I could just interject.
I'm not Mr. Clausen, Mr. Spanier, yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad, Mr. Spanier. We're really not here tonight about the manure pit. We're looking to make a decision on the,
Okay, but what I'm alluding to is I'm just trying to understand the actual, what do you call it, a temporary ready-mix plant.
Yep.
Okay, my concern is the topography of the land. As long as there's a berm up and they can maintain the runoff, I'm fine with it.
it doesn't sound like the state has a problem with the size of the operation in question, but we are looking to make a condition of approving this that.
If you were out there, I wish you could have walked on mine, because I'll show you ravines, but, okay, I'm gonna make this short, because I feel like I'm gonna be up here too long, and then I'm gonna start rambling, and then I'm gonna upset some people. I'm concerned about that runoff. The other part that I guess I'm concerned about is the fact that on the driveway on Highway 4, I'm actually a substitute bus driver. I don't know if it's their kid or their nephew, has the property next door there, Kevin Leeser. I drive school bus. We pick up a number of kids on Highway 4. I sub on that route. I actually do 4 different routes. Sub bus driver, you could actually be full-time if you wanted to be. I think people realize that. You can't find people to work. But I guess what I'm trying to tell you is they requested we drive in and pick the kid up, okay? That's very rare. And the reason, and I can understand why they're doing this, is because if you look at that hill, go back to Highway 4, that hill, that's why we do it, to basically, and I'm on the school board too, to keep peace in the community, okay? But if there's trucks going in and out of there, is Highway 4 gonna have a turnoff lane and stuff? I mean, that hill is pretty dangerous. Actually, Highway 4 and 32, they're working on a project there. I thought they were gonna put a roundabout in, but they're actually putting a speedway or because of that intersection, but there's a bad hill there. So people are worried about traffic and whatnot. That's a concern, I guess.
What kind of vehicle traffic do you anticipate coming out of that once you're in
I
operation?
figured 7 to 10 trucks a day total.
Yeah. And you know what?
Big old cement mixer type trucks or?
Yeah.
Good.
So if that's all it is, it ain't any different than a farmer hauling a load of manure, I guess. So that answers that question.
I mean, the state was there and looked at everything, and they said if it ever was a problem, they would put a turn lane in.
Yep, okay.
I guess.
I would agree. I don't see a turn lane for an operation this small.
Yeah, and I understand that. If there's only 6, 7 loads, I could justify that. I guess I'm gonna leave it with just one last statement. The concern I have is for temporary, and I'm all for temporary if it's for a job in an area or what have you, but if we're gonna open Pandora's box and, okay, it's temporary for 3 years, let's get it temporary for another 3 years.
Well, you have to come back. They'd have to request.
But I understand that, but
Be
they
a new
have to be
public hearing.
grandfathered in, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Well, they'd have 3 years to work. If they wanted to extend, they'd have to come back and ask for more time. And then we'd have a little bit of history as far as the operation. And,
I just don't know how on 8 acres you can milk 100 cows. I don't know how you can do both on 8 acres. I'm trying to wrap my head around feed and I don't know. But I'm all for free enterprise.
I'm assuming you've got a business plan to address that, so. Okay.
But those are my concerns.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other public testimony? Is there any written testimony at all?
I did not receive anything written.
Okay, very good. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
We'll make that motion.
Rich?
I'll second the motion.
Leroy? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Public hearing is closed. Further discussion?
I think that that washout pit is probably my biggest concern, especially the topography. Highly alkaline fluids can permanently ruin soil, and I think that really needs to be dealt with in a very particular fashion. He had made a comment that, unless we get 20 inches of rain, the last 2 summers, I've seen some pretty whopper rainfalls that have caused quite a bit of kind of chaos. So I would probably think having a berm to also minimize, if it did breach the washout pool, that there'd be another way to catch that before it got to valuable farmland or to the wetland. And I did have a point of information with staff. This is zoned A80, correct?
Correct.
And this would be the first time in the history of the county that we've ever permitted something like this in A80? Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Member Frederickson, our recollection, yes, unless it's been for a road project.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the applicant a question. So with this particular property being zoned A80, and there aren't any natural resources nearby for this, they have to be hauled in. I'm kind of curious as to why you're not building the plant like in Painesville in the industrial park or something of that nature.
I own the farm and would like to do more with it. Instead of buying something in Painesville for $2 million, when I have this already, I guess. I mean, that's another part of the, IPU, or IUP, sorry. This takes off, yes, then I can go do something like that, but for the time being, I'd like to get on my feet and start doing something.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question about the operation too. Running the dairy and then running this temporary mix, just yard-wise and batches, there must be a minimum size that you need to mix to make it profitable? I mean, how small of a batch and how much can you put out during the day? Just an idea of flow.
Yeah, the plant's rated for 120 yards an hour, so, if you really got it cranking, you can produce 120 yards an hour.
Wow.
And,
okay.
We would probably do whatever it takes, to provide as little of a batch as they need for the customer, Smaller batches, of course, you gotta charge a little more and to make it worth your while to go deliver, a couple of yards, but.
And then running the trucks, the trucks are gonna run out of where? The concrete trucks?
The trucks will be there, they'll be housed there.
And how many, do you anticipate how many you're gonna have?
Right now, we have 5 trucks
Okay.
proposed for this project or this facility, so.
Okay.
Any further questions? Otherwise, I'll move to finding of fact.
Well, I'm just, when you go from 6 or 8 trucks a day to 5 trucks on site, boy, that's pretty inefficient use of trucks. So I think, and 120 yards an hour, you could potentially put out 12 truckloads an hour. So I think this may end up bigger, and I bet they hope it's going to be bigger than what they're proposing right here. And more power to them. I mean, When I heard that, the few truckloads he was gonna do a day, I thought, that's not gonna cash flow very well. So I would imagine the hope would be to send out 20 or 30 truckloads a day. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah.
I mean,
Additional comments, discussion?
I mean, I do have a comment or I have a concern about the water that's gonna be polluting, but to line the pond, I'm assuming the pond you're talking about is if you come back with a half a yard of concrete in the back of the truck, you're gonna dump it into that hole?
no, all the leftover concrete will be recycled into block concrete in the yard.
So you'll dump that on a different pile,
That would be all recycled.
and the only stuff that goes in the hole then would be just
Wash
rinse, wash. And a lot of times those trucks are washed on site, I would assume.
Except for at the end of the day.
Okay.
I do have a concern with environmental, and I wonder what Minnesota Pollution Control Agency exactly would state in writing, because I know on construction sites, they indeed have to have impervious liners that they use just for one truck. They cannot dump one bucket of concrete water in your neighborhood, let alone, I'm hearing is probably high water level. We have agricultural area around. I mean, this can be impactful for years to come.
I struggle with, though, do we have the ability to require, if the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency doesn't require it, how can we? That's my only concern.
You would have to go to every ready-mix plant in the state of Minnesota and require them to do the same thing you're doing if I would have to do that. I mean, every concrete plant dumps it into a hole. I don't know one that is lined. I mean, Knife River, St. Joe, perfect example, it's just a hole. Every concrete plant in the state dumps their water in a hole. Some people just dump it right on the ground. And it filters itself through the ground. I mean,
It doesn't filter itself through the ground. It's highly alkaline. It'll kill plants, and it's worse than acid. So, and it also has heavy metals in it, like chromium. And we had someone earlier say the water table's pretty high in that area. I guess one of my concerns is farmland is a valuable commodity. And it sounds to me like you have a piece of land that happens to be sitting in farmland, and at this point in time, you're not farming, and you want to start a ready-mix plant. If we're having this conversation in the zoning that was A40 or something like that, I wouldn't be asking these kind of questions. But the topography, the zone that it's in, the type of land, the soil, I have grave concerns about that toxicity.
Unless there's any further discussion, I'd like to move to the findings of fact on this, if we can do that. Is the proposal consistent with the zoning ordinance? Why or why not?
I don't believe that's the case.
Could I ask you to explain why?
Well, I think part of it is semantics when we talk about the plant. It's a mobile ready-mix plant, which typically I think would be moving from site to site. We're really talking about establishing a permanent ready-mix plant, in effect. And I don't think that type of thing is consistent with A80 zoning, is it?
Mr. Chair, may I piggyback on this? Okay. When you look at our zoning ordinance, the land use zoning ordinance of number 439, sections 4.18, section 6.17, section 9.2.10D, and 9.6.6C. And if you read through that, a temporary ready-mix concrete plant is allowed as an interim use in the Ag 40 zoning district. And you say this is an Ag 80? Or is it an Ag 40 zone?
Mr. Chair, it is A80.
It
That was
is.
a typo on my part.
And that would be allowed. So from our zoning ordinance standpoint, a temporary ready-mix plant is allowed, and that's what he's proposing.
And just so I'm clear too, I mean, right now, the county doesn't have any requirement in their zoning ordinance for any kind of a liner or at this point.
Right, Mr. Chair. I mean, there's a couple options, right? You can continue this for more information for that letter from MPCA or an email or something. We're not the subject matter experts. That's the applicant's responsibility is to bring forward an application that shows that they're going to meet all federal, state, and local requirements. Stearns County does not have an ordinance that would require it to be lined. I do not know if the state does or doesn't.
Correct. And I guess my reason for the question was that I understand the concerns that are being raised. I do, but I think the proposal is, I would have to say, is consistent with the zoning ordinance as Rich shared. You know, it is allowed, at least under the right circumstances, I guess. That's maybe to be determined as based on how we vote, but.
And just a point, you know, just because it's allowed in the ordinance doesn't mean it's a good idea, and it still can be turned down.
Correct.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it probably wouldn't be brought before us if it wasn't allowed in the ordinance, because I think staff would just tell them, well, we don't allow that in the ordinance. You know, if you wanted to put a strip club there, for example, that's not allowed in that spot.
Correct.
So that would be a no, and it would never get to us. So just, you know, like I said, because it's allowed, just because it's allowed doesn't mean it's a good idea or a bad idea. It's just allowed.
Number 2, does the proposal conform to the comprehensive plan of the county? Please list the applicable sections.
So, you know, this is where you could, Mr. Chair, this is where you could find areas where it doesn't apply to the, or comply with the comprehensive plan. And I'm struggling to find an area that, that allows this. I think it's probably something when we developed the comprehensive plan we didn't really think about. Because I mean, they talk about aggregate and using aggregate, but this, it's really not on the site.
I guess what I was leaning towards was under agricultural goals, number 1, support agriculture as a desirable land use for the long term and facilitate diversification of the county's agricultural economy. And I guess this is a unique diversification. Obviously, it's not crops or in that sense, but you're allowing for diversified or some diversification within that area that would be, I don't given the size, doesn't feel to be unreasonable to me.
Mr. Chair, I would agree you could make that argument.
Yeah, and I guess we do have some new members here, and when it comes to the comprehensive plan, as Leroy mentioned, I mean, there could be things that support, I'm not talking about this issue at this time, but there could be items in there that support or don't support, just whatever the application we're considering. Again, I'm not referencing this one in this case, but that was a very good point, so. Any other comments on the comprehensive plan? Number 3, is the proposal compatible with the existing neighborhood? Why or why not? I guess I would say that, you know, it's an area that is used to equipment and machinery. It's does not appear to be heavily rural area, and I see some compatibility, I guess, for that.
No. Mr. Chair, I can have a different point of view on that, and you look what the current majority of that property is being used for is for animal agriculture. So when you look at that and then you look at the surrounding land around that setting, it's all agricultural. And it's, you know, does it fit the neighborhood? And then we revert back to what you were saying, all the equipment use that's used for, I want to call it crop and animal agriculture. So it does fit the somewhat, but then again, it's that
not black and
square
white,
peg in
that's
a
for
round
sure.
hole right now.
Yep,
I
Mr.
get it.
Chair.
But one of the things, if I remember right, on the 2040 plan, that's when we looked at future use of ag land and tried to protect ag land in our county. And but it seemed ever since that time frame, it seems that more and more business opportunities are being asked for and allowed on traditional ag land.
Okay. Item number 4, how has the applicant demonstrated that standards and criteria stated in the ordinance will be satisfied?
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess the conditions, and I would, I'm okay with the hours of operation, and I would recommend to set the date it would expire, November 2028, like he's requesting.
Yeah, I would add to conditions something along the line to preserve the natural resources of the agricultural area, in this case, water, land. You get something in writing from MPCA. I hear there is most likely nothing required, but it would be nice to put it on file for this type of unique business that's being proposed.
And I think the short time frame allows us the opportunity to, you know, if the this business excels to the level that they hope it does, then we will have an opportunity, and that might trigger some of the maybe pollution control things that might be necessary for our larger operations.
Mr. Chair, I just, I'm a little bit concerned about those environmental issues, actually about moving it forward. What is it that the MPCA would require? What is it that they actually want? And you mentioned the potential perhaps of tabling it perhaps to get an answer on these things. I'm reluctant to take it to the board, even if it makes sense and we can move forward with the project and have the temporary operation. But the environmental impact of, again, that wash pit is, there's no restriction to have a liner or protection in that?
Well, wouldn't having a condition that we get an opinion from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency accomplish the same thing?
Perhaps, yeah.
Yep, a determination really.
Well, if we, I mean, we could add a condition that they have to follow all MPCA state, federal rules. you know, that would do the same thing as, I mean, if we're gonna agree with the rules, he would have to follow them, you know, we could get this done tonight. I mean, if we continue it for another month, all we're gonna do is have the rules in front of us, and if we're gonna say, well, we're just gonna follow them anyway, all we did was waste a month and another hour of our
Would
time.
be comfortable with,
Aren't they required to follow the rules anyway?
Yes, yes. So if we, you know, if we'd we could put a condition if we wanted to, that they need to follow those rules.
yes.
But if we don't, they have to follow them anyway.
I mean, I don't, how hard would it be to get an opinion, just that this, even if it's just not required for this particular project?
Yeah, I would think that shouldn't be too hard. I mean, people are contacting MPCA, there are contact people on the website. You would write an email and describe what exactly you plan to do. And they will, you know, I don't think that's uncommon. And I don't think it's a stretch to ask to get it in writing now.
If I had to guess, I think it's similar to like the stormwater plans you have to submit. If it's less than an acre of disturbance, I think it's still that way. You don't have to have a stormwater plan. But you still are, you know, I mean, but if you got 1.1 acre, well, now you need to go do the plan. So are you polluting more or less if you have 9/10 of an acre that you're disturbing, you know, or, you know what I mean? There's their line in the sand, and they have to have a, you know, an up and down thing. And I think he probably falls
Yeah,
on the less
stormwater
restricted.
plant, but here we are talking about, I don't know, how 120 cubic yards an hour and or more. And
maximum in
you know,
most
so
days.
it's a man-made continuous operation producing potentially chemicals that can be released into, it seems to be a shallow wetland, water level.
Well,
What is the groundwater level?
Well, going back to what you're saying, I mean, even if it produced 1,000 yards an hour, it isn't adding more water to that hole.
It's the washout
It's
of
just
the
at the
trucks.
end of the day, a washout. It's just
Yeah.
used at the end of the day. They don't come back and dump in after every load, that stuff like that. So it's not based on how many loads you haul a day that are getting dumped in this hole. So there's only gonna be five loads that get dumped there at the end of the day of water. Well, then when the clean water's in the other side, in the other pond, that's getting recycled back through, so there's not getting more water constantly added to it.
No, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Do you know what the groundwater level is?
No, I do not.
I don't.
I was just trying to confirm, was there any other issues pertinent to this matter? Was there any input from the township? I don't recall seeing.
Nothing received.
Okay, got it.
I do have a condition that I would like. Okay. I'd like to make sure that all property taxes are paid, and any penalties or any interest is also paid, and they're up to date.
Is that, I haven't heard that before. Is that something we can?
Mr. Chair, members, it is allowed in the state statute that if there's delinquent taxes due, that it can be added as a condition of a permit.
All right. Can I add that? Let's see.
Number 7 then?
What's that?
Is that number 7 for recommendation?
I'm sorry, numbers.
No, is that gonna be number 7?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Condition number 7 would be that property taxes be current, any delinquent taxes be paid.
Okay. I also had another condition regarding the compliance with the state permits and documentation, something from MPCA in the state. So there would be 8 conditions then.
Yes, correct. Okay.
Mr. Chair, then I would be comfortable with a proposal if you're going to move this forward. But then is that condition, Heidi, number 8, going to be contingent upon giving them an operating license, or what would be the holdback? Who's going to wait to hear from the state on that?
Well, the way I just jotted it down was documentation of compliance with state permits or confirmation that permits aren't required from the state, and follow all federal and state rules. Now, in our regular follow-up, once he gets going and we do follow-up and make sure all these conditions are met, I mean, we could put a date that he has to submit that by.
Okay, but my question is the state, are we going to get a release from the MPCA, or is he just going to say, well, I've met all the conditions?
We would want something from the state.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there'll be something from the MPCA that the operation meets the conditions. That's what I'm.
Right, and we can put it as, I mean, for one thing, I mean, Trent should likely try to get that before the county board meeting, right?
Absolutely.
And that makes things a whole lot clearer. If not, we'll add it as, we can add to the condition that it be, that letter is received from MPCA prior to the equipment being brought on site.
There you go.
I mean, there has to be something, so we make sure that we get that.
Correct. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. Any other pertinent issues pertinent to this matter? Okay. We took care of closing the public hearing, correct? We did that?
Yes.
Okay, findings of fact. I would entertain a motion to approve or deny the motion, or the application for the interim use permit for this concrete business.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve with the 8 recommendations.
Yep. Motion's been made to approve with the 8 conditions being met. Is there a second?
Second.
Greg seconds that. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your patience. This too will be on the.
Mr. Chair, she still needs to do roll.
I still need to do the official roll call.
My bad.
Dave Knopfler.
Yes.
Angie.
Yes.
Dave Bentrud.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Leroy.
Yes.
Rich.
Yes.
Cindy.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0.
And again, that'll be on the agenda for the March 10th Stearns County Commissioner meeting. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your time and patience. Couple more items for us. Entertain a motion to approve the January 22nd, 2026 minutes. I will abstain. I was
So moved.
in Florida. Rich?
So moved.
I'll second that with one correction. There was, I think it was toward the end of the minutes, it was supposed to be pre-something and it was spelled per, P-E-R instead of P-R-E. I don't remember where it was, but it was towards the end of the minutes.
Okay, we'll make note of that.
Or at least I thought it should be that way.
Just a few other, I'm sorry, entertainment mode made second. Do we vote on it?
Yeah, just say all in favor.
All in favor,
this
aye.
you just do all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion to approve the minutes was approved. There were a couple of things, I think, the financial disclosure statement, this needs to be
Yeah.
signed, correct? By
Correct,
everybody?
Yeah, if you guys have any, you can drop them off with me up here.
And I think, wasn't there something else that you wanted us to do?
Didn't I do this last fall when I got on this board? Do I have to do it again?
Yeah, it's a new.
Every
Yes,
year?
we need one for every year,
Okay.
or current year.
And otherwise, there is a new 2026 mileage reimbursement sheet, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Long meeting.
Have a great night, everybody.